All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of Finance and Corporate Services Committee. I just do want to apologize for being a little late. We got stuck dealing with other items we had to deal with back in caucus. We are going to move some things around here, though, to make sure we get to the delegation sooner so you don't have to wait as long. The only thing I want to deal with first, committee, if I could, is we're going to deal with the information items. If anyone had any questions or concerns on the information items, we want to deal with those now. Councillor Chapman, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just have a question about the lodging house program update.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the update. I'm just a bit concerned that the intent of the bylaw is kind of being sidestepped by some property owners where they're shutting down lodging houses to create duplexes and triplexes so that they don't have to get licensed and don't have to follow the rules. And I just wondered if it would be worthwhile taking this back to the working group to, you know, get their feedback on maybe how to move forward with this rather than just letting this go unnoticed.
Who would like to take that one? Ms. Vandergeld?
Through the chair, I think the intent of the lodging house program is still being met in terms of the safety compliance piece, which was what was paramount. So whether they legalize the property as a duplex or triplex, it's still meeting the intent of safe and adequate housing. It's an option that they have to pursue lodging or an alternative measure. So we're trying to make sure that property owners have all of that information available so that they can make a decision that best suits their property and their needs.
But what we're losing like more deeply affordable housing stock, right? Because of the way I'm not saying all, but because of the way some property owners are approaching this. Like, you know, the fact that we opened up lodging houses to more areas in the city and taking away some of the restrictions of distancing from one site to another, we're kind of losing that.
I think the duplexing was also an issue in Dune because that wasn't permitted previously either. So now that it is, there's a lot more options available to the property owners for them to decide what they want to do as long as they're legalizing the property appropriately.
Okay, so this is for information only, but maybe we can talk about it later. Thank you.
Okay, very good. We are going to move to the run eviction bylaw item. I just want to note, first off, Councillors Singh and Councillor Stretch do have conflicts. So if you're wondering why they're not participating, it's because they do have conflicts on this particular item. I also need to read this. Okay. To all delegations, the city values and encourages participation and dialogue in a democratic process that occurs in council and committee meetings and through written submissions and correspondence. It is important that these interactions remain respectful towards other members of the public, staff, and council. In cases where dialogue is not respectful or a delegate interrupts councillors, staff, or other delegations, makes derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others that are disrespectful, or use of language that is considered harmful or defamatory, the chair may interject and take necessary actions to maintain a respectful and inclusive environment for everyone, which could involve removal from the meeting. Last reminder, delegations are permitted to address committee for a maximum of 5 minutes, which will be displayed on the screen in front of you. When there's 30 seconds remaining in your time, you will hear a small beep that will signal that you do have 30 seconds remaining. Take your time to conclude your presentation. There will be a second tone at the completion of your time, and the microphones will turn off shortly after that 5-minute mark. Lastly, please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and ideas shared with us from our community members. I would also add that we do have, I think, 16 or 17 delegations, so I would encourage, just so folks aren't waiting here, you know, all night for their chance to speak, I would encourage you to be concise in your questions and try to limit them to questions of clarification, okay? With that, I would ask Ms. Vandergeld to introduce.
Good evening. In June 2025, staff were directed to develop a rental renovation licensing bylaw. Optimus SBR, which was engaged as part of this process to conduct policy research, undertake municipal benchmarking, and facilitate targeted engagement. Optimus SBR prepared a recommendations report outlining key considerations to guide the development of a rental renovation licensing bylaw tailored to Kitchener's context. Consultants Jesse and Bina from Optimus SBR are here this evening, and I'll turn it over to them to present their findings.
Everyone. My name is Bina Thergan, joined by my colleague Jesse from the Optimist team. Today we are presenting on the evictions due to renovations bylaw. Our goal was to research the practices in other municipalities for this work that we've done, engage with other stakeholders, and bring forth practical, sound advice to support Council's consideration of a bylaw. I'll briefly cover what we did, what we heard, and what we'll be recommending. In terms of the main objectives of our work, there's four. We first reviewed how other municipalities handle renovation-related evictions, including legal considerations. Second, meaningful engagement with tenants, landlords, and community organizations. Third, to capture diverse lived experiences, especially from residents from who are more vulnerable to displacement. And finally, to provide the city with clear, actionable recommendations that can be implemented and enforced. The focus throughout was balancing tenant protection with legitimate renovation needs. So in terms of the research that we've completed to support our activities, we reviewed existing city data, past reports, and existing policies. We examined approaches used in other municipalities with similar bylaws, at the time Hamilton, London, and Toronto. We conducted a stakeholder survey with a strong response of 643 participants, and we held 8 focus groups with tenants, landlords, and interest groups, both virtually and in person, to explore concerns in more depth. In terms of our key findings, a number of consistent themes emerged. Evictions linked to renovations, particularly in bad faith, are a real concern, and many cases are never formally reported. Vulnerable renters face the greatest challenges, particularly when trying to return after renovations are complete. And the landlord-tenant board process was widely described as being slow and difficult to navigate. Residents want clear information earlier, better oversight when notices are issued, and support during displacement and return. Both tenants and landlords emphasize the need for clear, predictable, and workable rules. Overall, there was strong support for a measured approach, one that protects tenants while allowing necessary renovations to take place. Research from other municipalities show that clear legal intent, good program design, and plain language communication are critical to success. In terms of recommendations, based on this work, we recommend adopting a rental renovation licensing bylaw. This will require a per-unit license when renovations require a tenant to temporarily move out, triggered by an N13. The approach relies on existing documentation such as building permits, professional confirmations that vacancy is required. It is designed to reinforce existing rights under the provincial law rather than create new ones. And the bylaw would include clear enforcement tools, including inspections, penalties for non-compliance. We recommend a starting application fee of $650 with the option to review after implementation. Effective delivery would require approximately 2 to 3 dedicated staff supported by appropriate systems. In terms of implementation considerations, it would require coordination across several city divisions. We recommend starting with a small dedicated team supported by time-bound IT setup resources. While applications volumes are expected to be modest, there is a requirement for staffing in terms of the complexity of technical reviews, inquiries, inspections, and complaints. Clear workflows, integrated systems, and consistent enforcement will be essential, as well as plain language public communication is important so everyone understands their rights and responsibilities. So in closing, this approach provides council with a balanced, grounded framework that is intended to be both protective and practical.
Thank you. And Ms. Vandergeld, will you be, just sorry, folks, unless, if there's any clarifying questions now, you can ask them. Again, I would ask that you, if there's anything more in-depth, wait to hear from the delegations as well. So I will begin with Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I was just, I seem to recall in the report you referenced a starting date of the beginning of July, end of June. I noticed you didn't mention that in your presentation. Can you just maybe tell us how you came up with that date and the importance of it?
Yeah, so through the chair, the date was determined in collaboration discussion with staff in terms of the amount of time that would be required to get in place resources who would be able to understand, explain, and ultimately enforce the bylaw with the public, the amount of time required for the development of training, communication material as well. And there are, although we didn't go into a deep dive of this, but in consultations with staff, there are modifications, setups to existing IT systems so that all of this can be tracked and recorded accordingly. So those were some of the considerations that went into the timelines.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Nidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey, and thank you for coming in. I guess my question would be with regards to you're recommending staff 2 or 3 hires. How do you recommend the city fund that?
So through the chair, at the end of the day, that wasn't part of our scope. We didn't look into the detailed funding for staff. We did note that the $650 application fee is not a full cost recovery of the program, and I think it represents somewhere around the kind of the 10% range. So that was a factor noted in the report.
Okay, and then I guess my other question would be with regards to, so when you were making these recommendations, how did you base your recommendations? Did you look at what the province is providing and what the difference is between these two programs?
So through the chair, so in terms of how we came up with the recommendations, a few guiding principles. So wanted to make sure that we were not duplicating provincial requirements. Also wanted to make sure that we were balancing the ability and sort of right for landlords to make legal renovations, while also recognizing that this is a situation where we heard through our consultations, and I know that council has been provided with reports previously, that there are instances of evictions due to renovations that do go unreported and are a real issue in the community. So we are trying to balance both sides of this and looking at where there are opportunities for supports we put in place.
Okay, I guess my last question would be, did you look at the outcomes of what occurred at the LTB? I mean, at the LTB, and how this would correlate, like, because the outcomes, whatever happens there, how do they correlate?
So through the chair, in terms of what respect? Sorry, could you expand on that?
So when someone goes and applies for this and doesn't follow the rules, who takes responsibility for that? Does the LTB take responsibility for it, or does this take responsibility for it?
Yeah, I think the overriding legislation is the Resident Tenancies Act. So through that, the LTB can adjudicate decisions based on that. In terms of the additional process that was completed, was just ensuring that there is that licensing requirement before the temporary eviction due to renovation takes place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey, and thank you for the report and for coming in. One of the recommendations is supporting a measured approach to tenant protections, reinforcing existing rights under provincial law without adding new requirements. So what would this bylaw provide that the LTB process does not?
I believe that's related to the last question, the response there, that it is the additional licensing requirement that landlords are required to apply for pre-evictions due to renovations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Rabinovich?
Yeah, thanks. Just one quick question. You know, only a few municipalities so far have implemented this across Ontario. Do you have a sense of why that is, and is there any sort of trajectory that, you know, through your work you've learned about that you can share with us?
So through the chair, it's an excellent question. The short answer is we, as you can appreciate, can't speak for, you know, why other municipalities have or have not really explored this. You know, we do hear about this in our conversations. I know that your neighbors in Waterloo, I believe, went through this process since we completed our work. So there are rumblings of it in terms of the exact decisions as to why a municipality does or does not move forward with considering or implementing a similar bylaw. You know, really, we don't have any sort of inside baseball, so to speak, in terms of that specifics. And, you know, as the report does note, it is a new set of bylaws, and what I mean by that is, you know, even the oldest of these bylaws is, you know, maybe a year old at this point. One of the things that, as the report does say, there is still evaluation and monitoring of the impacts of this bylaw that other municipalities did flag for us. So, you know, it could be a case where some municipalities are kind of in a wait and see mentality.
Okay, thank you.
And with the follow-up, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, so you just mentioned Waterloo, and I just wondered, you know, they didn't take a modest approach to the bylaw. I wondered if you could comment on that.
So through chair, in terms of why.
Well, no, I mean, the pros and cons maybe of the different approach. And would your report look any different today if you were aware of, if the Waterloo bylaw had already been passed, given that, you know, one would maybe want consistency within the region?
Yeah, through the chair. So at the time of us doing our research, Waterloo's bylaw did not be released. So we based the recommendations on the 3 other jurisdictions that we looked at. At this point, haven't delved into analysis of, you know, would that impact any of the recommendations?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Vandergeld, I understand you had some comments as well, correct, before the delegations? Go ahead.
Just further to Councillor Chapman's question, City of Waterloo did recommend a modest approach is what they brought forward to their council, and then a motion was adopted to add the compensation regulations afterwards.
Okay, thank you. There are no further questions from committees. Ms. Vandergeld, you want to go ahead?
My presentation will build on the information shared by Optimus SBR and will outline the key components of the proposed bylaw along with the recommendations, resourcing, and implementation plan. The proposed bylaw introduces a modest licensing model that enhances transparency and oversight without duplicating provincial processes or going beyond what is already provided for under the Residential Tenancies Act. Key components of the proposed bylaw would include landlords must apply for a license within 7 days of serving an N13 notice. A tenant information package must be provided at the same time as the N13, outlining the processes and available supports. License applications must include required documentation such as issued building permits and a qualified person's report that confirms the need for vacant possession. The issued license must be posted on the unit door for the duration of the repair. Affidavits must confirm that all required information be provided to the tenants. A separate license is required for each unit with a $650 license application fee. The bylaw would establish clear prohibitions, inspection authority, and enforcement tools. Offenses and penalties are included in the bylaw and would be enforceable under both the Provincial Offences Act and the Administrative Monetary Penalty System. Feedback from municipalities have implemented similar programs show that while the number of license applications remains low, the overall workload has significant impact, particularly in the areas of investigation, enforcement, and tenant support. Because application volumes are expected to remain low, this type of program does not operate under a cost recovery model. Other jurisdictions have added between 3 and 14 full-time staff to manage the anticipated workload. Based on the comparator analysis, current workload pressures, and recommendations from Optimus SBR, a staffing complement of 2 to 3 FTEs is recommended for bylaw implementation in Kitchener. Before outlining the recommended resources, I wanted to briefly highlight our current staffing model in licensing services. Licensing administrators manage application processing, frontline customer service, issue marriage licenses, and manage the lottery licensing program. Licensing inspectors conduct inspections and investigations, lead public education, and enforce all of our licensing bylaws. Right now, our administrators are at full capacity. To manage peak demand, inspectors are often pulled into administrative work, which limits their ability to conduct their field inspections, onboard new businesses, and maintain proactive enforcement. To give a sense of scale, between 2024 and 2025, licensing administration supported nearly 9,000 customers at the Customer Service Center. During that same period, we received over 6,600 business license applications. 2,000 of those were processed directly by licensing inspectors. Inspectors also completed roughly 2,000 investigations over that same time period. These numbers show a significant administrative load across the section and how often inspectors are diverted from their core enforcement responsibilities. To address these gaps, we are recommending 2 full-time positions, a licensing administrator, and a new tenant liaison role. These positions are essential to ensure that the rental renovation licensing program is properly resourced and set up for successful implementation. Adding a licensing administrator would allow inspectors to refocus on proactive field work across their existing portfolios, as well as the new rental renovation licensing program. This role also helps relieve current administrative pressures, enabling the team to handle higher call volumes, process applications faster, and meet increased demands expected with this new program. The tenant liaison role would provide a dedicated point of contact for tenants facing challenges with renovation and demolition-driven displacement, offering education and connections to external legal and social supports. Given the complexity of these situations, this position would benefit from experience in social work and strong understanding of the Residential Tenancies Act, expertise that current staff do not possess. This role would enhance the city's capacity to respond to a growing range of housing needs, including the rental replacement bylaw, property standards, and other rental housing related initiatives. The licensing administrator, licensing inspector, and tenant support liaison would work together to provide a complementary customer service experience. The administrator would manage frontline customer service, general inquiries, and application processing. The inspector handles field compliance and enforcement, and the tenant liaison supports tenants directly through this process. Together, these roles create a coordinated and responsive and supportive service to both the tenants and landlords. If approved, staff are recommending an implementation date of January 1st, 2027 to allow for system modifications, administrative organization, recruitment and training of staff, followed by an education and awareness campaign to focus on the new regulations and associated licensing processes. Thank you, and we'll take questions.
Thank you. There are a few questions, beginning with Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the report. I just wanted to, you had there the start date of January 1st, 2027. And I just wanted to go back to the recommendation in the report by the consultants. And I think in the report you also said that, we could do it in September. Would it be possible to sort of commit to a September 1st start date?
So through the chair, because the municipal election occurs in the fall of 2026, which would not have been known to Optimus SBR, there are some challenging resource constraints as it relates to implementing and ensuring that there is dedicated support to fulfill the 2 recruitment roles. We did speak to the fact that the 2 roles would be necessary, and so we would require budget adoption outside of the standard budget process in order to make that happen. But in the fall, the municipal election becomes our priority.
Okay, but if you're hiring new people, I mean, you've already got the people to do the election, right?
So through the chair, the municipal election is a comprehensive project that involves many staff across the organization. In order to deliver the 50+ election locations, we do require staff in the clerk's office as a whole to participate in each of the election administration processes. So licensing staff is heavily involved in triaging customer inquiries as it relates to the voters list and voter notification cards. So their attention is diverted in August to September and October to facilitate that.
Okay, my next question has to do with the rental replacement staff. Are they available to help with the rent eviction bylaw implementation and oversight? Maybe you can tell us, what.
Ms. Goss?
Yeah, go ahead.
So through the chair, what I can say is that to date there have been 17 inquiries to understand the requirements of the rental replacement bylaw. Since it was approved in June of 2024, and there have been 6 applications that have been approved for demolition permits, including conditions for rental replacement. What I can say about our current senior housing planner, their role, their primary function in that role is to establish policies and strategies related to housing, mainly developing the next iteration of our Housing for All affordable housing strategy being an example. They also support and are accountable for the entirety of our city's Housing Accelerator Fund, which has 10 initiatives which are ongoing, various stages of process. Currently, the role also establishes and maintains relationships with housing providers and is a key liaison with the region on housing-related matters. Right now, they do several tasks on the rental replacement bylaw implementation. They do things that are better suited to the tenant support position being recommended today, including conversations with landlords and tenants about requirements of the bylaw, preparation of standard agreements, and maintaining documentation. It is our priority to have the senior housing planner focus work on strategy development and strategy implementation going forward.
Okay, my last question has to do with the Waterloo bylaw. And as I asked the consultant as well, I'll ask you, Kristen, are you able to comment on the Waterloo bylaw and the importance of having continuity within the region?
Through the chair, so as mentioned earlier, Waterloo staff recommended the same modest bylaw approach that we're recommending here today. However, they did receive a motion to adopt the compensation provisions which they have moved forward with. Based on our consultants' recommendations and concerns regarding potential duplication of provincial authority or going above and beyond what's provided for under the Residential Tenancies Act, opens the bylaw up out of municipal jurisdiction, and then there's a risk for the bylaw to be appealed or potentially quashed.
Okay, I actually have one more question. In one of the reports we got today regarding the 2025 variance report, it said that we had a surplus of $507,000 tax-supported operations dollars. And I was just wondering, is that money available to attach to this program?
That's a finance question. Mr. Lautenbach.
So through the chair, that's a year-end surplus that we reported, which was a positive variance. That goes to our tax stabilization reserve. So that is funding that would be used in one-time event to offset unforeseen items that would impact the budget. So it wouldn't be something that would be available for this type of initiative. Wouldn't be available for this type of initiative. It normally would be something that would cover deficits in future years is the intent of the reserve if we do find ourselves in that position.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davy, and thanks staff for your presentation. I guess my one question would be, Waterloo keeps being discussed. How many FTEs or employees are being looked at to be hired in Waterloo?
Ms. Manigault, you can just stay queued in, okay?
Through the chair, they required 3 FTEs as a part of this program.
Okay, and out of curiosity, do you know how they're funding those positions?
I do not.
Okay. If we have, let's say, a situation where a landlord goes through this process and doesn't follow the rules at all, what powers do we have to rectify the situation?
Can you clarify they don't follow the rules of the municipal bylaw that we're implementing? Then there's provisions for offenses and penalties through the Provincial Offences Act or the AMPS bylaw as well.
Okay, can you tell us what those fines are?
The AMPS bylaw charges we would bring forward once the bylaw passes for implementation. Through the POA court, I believe it's $25,000 up to $100,000 for a corporation, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So you're saying in your report that there's no, I guess, similarities towards what the LTB would be doing. Have we connected with the province at all to make sure that we're not cross-referencing, duplicating anything?
So that is the intent of this bylaw, is to not overstep into the provincial regulations. So that is why we aren't proposing the additional moving expenses, rent top-ups, and compensation provisions, as those are outside of what the Residential Tenancies Act provides for.
Okay, but so in the end, if a landlord doesn't follow the rules, we can technically fine that person, but at the end of the day, it doesn't solve the issue of the tenant being able to come back or whatever the circumstance may be.
So ultimately, the only body that can enforce an eviction order is the Landlord-Tenant Board.
Okay, so I guess my question is, how is that not duplication?
This is just additional oversight to make sure that the landlords are issuing the proper N13 notices. The tenants are provided with the information and resources available to them.
Okay, and then I guess my last question would be with regards to, did we go to the province and ask for some funding? Because this is truly their jurisdiction. So did we ask them to give us some support?
I think the municipalities are continuing to advocate to the province for changes to the Residential Tenancies Act and the Landlord-Tenant Board, as well as a lot of the advocacy groups that are here tonight.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Verbenovich?
Thanks very much, Chair Davy. And one quick question, just from a process point of view. And I understand because of the election why we've kind of delayed some things here. But normally our practice on sort of new policy initiatives would be to consider them throughout the term, and then particularly if they have budgetary implications, as this does, refer it to the subsequent budget. So we would approve it in principle, but then move it to the budget process for consideration. And I'm just, if staff can provide some insight as to maybe why we didn't take that approach in this instance.
So through the chair, because it's an election year, the 2027 budget is expected to be considered in January. And so respecting the appetite to bring this matter forward as quickly as possible, we had prepared the report with the FTEs to be added as part of the program implementation. We can consider deferral of the resources to the 2027 budget. That will ultimately impact the bylaw implementation date. As the report notes, 6 months is the approximate timeframe to implement the bylaw. So if we wait until the 2027 budget, the bylaw would likely be in effect for mid-year in 2027.
So if that was something that council considered, then we're probably looking like at a July 1st implementation or something?
So through the chair, yeah, between July and September implementation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deneau?
Thank you, Chair Davey, and thanks to staff. This is a really, really informative report, highlighting lots of concerns by the tenants and the landlords. Great job. A few questions. So I didn't notice if there's a list of what legitimate renovations are going to be. So like, if somebody comes and says, well, I need to paint, we've heard those stories, paint or change a cupboard. So do we have an idea of what we're gonna consider legal renovations?
So the renovations would have to be something that would require the vacant possession of the unit. So a building permit would need to be required for the renovations. So any aesthetic work such as painting or changing of cabinets or anything like that would not require a building permit, so would not fall under the scope. Additionally, we're asking for a qualified persons report to accompany their application, which would be an engineer, an architect, somebody that would be able to sign off that these renovations that they're proposing would actually require vacant possession.
Okay, thank you. I guess, are we confident enough in believing that possible qualifications are not legitimate when they're provided to us? As far as somebody saying, like, somebody's saying they're an engineer, but they're not really, but, you know, in today's day and time, we can put anything on a documentation and make it real. So is there a concern that could happen?
We would be able to verify that somebody is an actual certified.
You would or wouldn't?
Would.
Would? Okay.
Yes.
And so you also mentioned that the intake, I believe it said you thought it would be low. So if we're believing that the intake is low, why the need for 2 to 3? Why not like 1? And have the person who's looking after, I know you talked about, Ms. Goss mentioned who's overseeing the rental replacement bylaw. But if we're expecting it to be low, why are we anticipating 2 or 3?
So based on the experience from other municipalities that have implemented a similar bylaw, while they've illustrated that the intake of the application is low, the number of complaints and investigation and field work far surpasses the capabilities of what the existing staff teams have. And currently we're at capacity, and based on that information, we would not be able to have the available teams out in the field to support the investigation and enforcement work.
Okay, thank you. And so do we receive a lot of calls, or does our corporate contact center receive a lot of calls regarding questions about renovictions?
Natalie, would you be able to? We wouldn't have.
You don't have that stat?
information.
Okay. And what, right now, I know compensation was discussed. What kind of compensation does the RTA provide right now to the tenants?
So.
Yeah, the Residency Tenants Act. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought Natalie was going to pipe in there. There is compensation required under the Residential Tenancies Act, whether the person is given up their right of refusal or not to return to the unit. So usually it's in the amount of equal to 3 months rent if it's a building with 5 or more units. And then if it's a building with less than that, it's a 1 month rent compensation.
Okay. And so on that part, you know, we passed the rental replacement bylaw, was it last year or the year before, with financial obligations that the owners have to provide. And I would say they're pretty substantive amount of compensation that the tenants could receive if the owners or the landlords or owners go through with the process. So I understand why we didn't want to duplicate some provincial legislation. But if we look at some other municipalities, they're going over and above, which I think we have the ability to do. And if the province wants to challenge us or a landlord wants to challenge us, I would think we'd have a good defense to say, this is the reasoning why. And so I'm having a hard time why we did one for one and not this one.
Ms. Goss wants to take that one. Go ahead.
So through the chair, the rental replacement bylaw is enabled by specific authority under the Municipal Act. And unlike the bylaw in front of committee today, it is not predicated on the issuance of an N13 or termination of tenancy. Rather, the requirements of our rental replacement bylaw are triggered through a demolition control application made under the Planning Act. And the Municipal Act allows us to specifically condition attach conditions to the demolition control application, and for those conditions to be secured through an agreement registered on the title of the property. In the case of the rental replacement bylaw, we are regulating demolitions. We are not regulating evictions.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I just want to dig a little deeper on something that Councillor Deneau brought up about the qualifications needed for a unit to be vacated. And we're saying a building permit is the basis of that. But some decks in Kitchener would require a building permit, but that wouldn't necessarily mean the tenant would need to vacate the unit if that was the case. And there's some other renovations that require a building permit, but in your own home, you can get the building permit, get the work done, not necessarily have to vacate the home. So are there specific situations that we can show both the tenant and a landlord that would show that the building permit, even though it was issued, does require the unit to be vacated?
Go ahead.
Sorry, through the chair, that's why we're requesting the addition of the qualified persons report, so that it's an engineer, an architect, somebody with the skill set to determine whether the scope of renovation work would actually require vacant possession, or if it's something that can be done while the tenant is still living there, or perhaps it's something that could be accommodated over a few days and not a long period of time.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. We have some folks in for a second reminder. I have a lot of questions too, but I'm going to wait till after the delegations. We have two more in the queue. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Dave, and thanks, Councillor Schneider, for following up on that, because I'd hate to see George Costanza become an architect in the city, because it has happened before. Add a little lightness to the conversation. So two more questions. Are we seeing renovations amongst all types of buildings, like 30-story or 20 stories and 8 stories and 4 stories? Like, do we have any data on if there's a trend, and if there's a consistent trend? I believe there is among specific owners.
Ms. Goss?
So through the chair, we have requested updated N13 and N12 T5 data from the province for all of 2025. We have yet to receive that. In our report last June, we provided an overview of N12s, N13s, and T5s that have issued since 2017 to the end of March last year. Within that report, and bear with me as I find the information from that report, we tried to cross-reference it with building permits that were issued. It is really hard to do that. I think what I can say is there is no consistent N13 per type of unit. So we did notice that there were some in basement units, some in higher rise developments, some in lower rise developments. So it is a type of eviction notice that is happening across all unit types in the city.
Okay, thank you. And obviously we don't know what else is going on because there's not 100% documentation or people coming forward. My last question is, and I'm going to flip to the landlord side, what happens if the tenant refuses to leave, if a valid N13 is issued and the tenant just refuses to leave, they're not budging? What happens at that point?
So the landlord would pursue through the landlord-tenant board to get an eviction order, and that would allow them to evict the tenant, and they would have to go through the process of using the sheriff's office, if applicable, to get the individual out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, thank you. In the August 26, 2024 motion that the city passed, the city supported the resolution adopted by the City of Toronto. And one of the clauses within that motion calling on the landlord to be, quote, be responsible for finding temporary accommodation or provide sufficient relocation assistance for their tenants for the duration of the renovations. So I'm not quite sure why we're cautious about adding those additional compensation pieces. When a year ago, 2 years ago, August 26, 2024, we were supportive of this.
Ms. Goss?
So through the chair, what I can note is that my understanding of that motion was that that was a council motion that was passed, and staff did not take a position on that motion.
The council passed it, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davy. I guess this is more or less maybe for Dan. On the scale of council priorities, where would this fall in?
Respectfully, that sounds like a question for council, but.
Well, we
not
have,
sure.
but we have a lot of priorities already on the list, so I'm just wondering where would this fall in?
Yeah, I think it'd be difficult for him to put a number on it, but Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I would agree, Mr. Chairman, that's a decision for you to make in the context of the report tonight. What I can say is the two processes that we run comprehensively for council are the strategic planning process and the budget process. And it's fair to say that housing generally has emerged as a high priority, a top priority for the city, and so it certainly fits that council would deliberate on this issue in that context. On the issue of resources, though, it's the budget process that typically is a prioritization process for council. And so you're being asked tonight to deal with a pre-approval of headcount and staffing. It's your prerogative to do that within the year. Typically, that would be done through a budget process, and that's the comprehensive way for council to set priorities.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, it's a good segue to I am going to hold most of my questions except for this one. My concern is the same. My concern is I don't like spending money outside of the budget process, because the hardest thing that we have to do is prioritize. So I guess I would ask if staff can comment on a high level, realizing that we're far away, I guess the pressures or concern about the next budget process for the next council and how this might play a role or fit in. Do they see this as a challenge given the current environment? Mr. Lautenbach?
So to the chair, yeah, certainly I think you see around us that there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of the global economy, local economy. Even recently seeing things like fuel prices increase, we know that that's going to put pressure on things like inflation, which then will increase, the cost of even goods and services that we purchase as a municipality for our operations. Other things that obviously are on the horizon is the renegotiation of trade agreements, CUSMA in particular, in terms of what that looks like. And so that could put pressure, obviously, from an operating perspective, but also from a capital perspective as well. And then today you did hear about water capacity constraint issues that, obviously are affecting our capital plan and will have an impact there. But also potential revenue shortfalls as well, which could put pressure on the operating budget for 2027. So certainly, as Mr. Chapman indicated, if you're approving the FTEs tonight as part of the report, you would be pre-committing the 2027 budget, which would have a tax levy impact of 0.11% for 2 FTEs. If the resource ask was much more significant, obviously that amount would increase as well. And so always as a best practice, we would recommend that council consider priorities through the budget process, because you do then see the full financial picture. Also looking at other resource requests that might come through to budget at that time, and then you can make a decision. But it is totally up to council. This is something that you can still proceed with if you're comfortable understanding that you will be approving impacts for the 2027 budget if you do proceed with what's recommended in the staff report.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Chapman, you have had 2 rounds. We've got a lot of people waiting. Could you hold your questions afterwards? Is that okay? Thank you. Pardon me? Okay, Councillor Chapman, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just wondering if, for the council meeting, if staff could come back with a list of potential different areas in the reserve funds that we could potentially use to tap into to cover these FTEs.
I think I'll let staff think on that one, and then we'll deal with that when
Yeah.
we come to the motions. Yeah. Okay. Okay, very good. So again, thank you again, folks that are here for your patience. I would also note we did have some written submissions as well, but we will get into the delegations. The first delegation that we have is Elliot Wand. Is Elliot here? There he is. Good evening. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor. Hello, councillors. Here again, talking about this issue. As somebody that is in the midst of a renoviction at this moment, I maybe have a bit of a unique take, and it may be in kind of a unique place to talk about bylaws like this and why they're very important to those of us facing this. I do want to say I'm very happy to see that this is going forward. I think a lot of the things recommended are all very good things, but I don't think a good enough bylaw is what we need. I think we need a strong bylaw on this, and it's disappointing to see that some of these additional protections have not been included in this as it's written currently. The recommendation not to include these tenant protections, like rent top-ups, kind of misses a big part of the point of these types of bylaws. Evictions due to renovations are going to happen. We can't change that. There are going to be times where vacant possession to fix up a building is absolutely required, and that is just the way the world works. But the issue is that these N13 notices are being used so liberally because it gives these bad actors an opportunity to violate a tenant's right of first refusal or bank on the fact that they might not know that they have that option in order just to make some extra money. When this happens, if a tenant's right of first refusal has been violated, they have to gather proof, they've got to make a case to the LTB, they've got to wait for months and months and months and months for that case to be heard. All while they're probably having to pay more rent to whatever their new accommodations are. They're probably working a full-time job on top of dealing with all of this paperwork, all of the stress. The most compensation I've heard of a tenant getting, when I was speaking with a lawyer that kind of deals with stuff like this, they said the most that they've seen a tenant get was $10,000. Might seem like a lot, but if your rent is going from $1,000 to $2,000 or to $2,500, that $10,000 is not even a year's worth of compensation for your increased rent that you're now paying. All while this is all happening, the landlord is profiting because they're making twice as much off of your unit. If I have to move, I'm probably looking at between $1,800 and $2,500 a month for a similar unit to what I now pay about $1,000 for. I'm one of 2 remaining tenants in my building of 8. We all pay kind of a roughly similar amount of $1,000, but it's just me and my one upstairs neighbor left. All the new units are going for $2,500. So the landlord is making a lot of extra money off of this. I don't see why we can't ask them, or make them in this case, cover the rental difference, because the monetary cost to them for evicting us, even if we fight them at the LTB, even if they have to pay us $10,000, they're making that back in a year. And the rest of us still have to pay double or triple the rent. My wage is not going to increase at work if I get evicted and my, rent doubles. But my landlord's going to reap all the benefits, and they'll do that for years and years and years. it's, I know it's not all landlords, but these unscrupulous ones, they don't care. They care so little. I got my rental increase notice and they put last year's amount on it. So they're trying to charge me 2.5%. The max allowable this year is 2.1%. They don't even care enough to check the paperwork they're filling out is right because there's no penalty for them. Like, unless I put in all the work or other tenants put in all the work, they get away with this all the time. So the cities have to hold them accountable. The province sure as shit isn't doing it, right? So good enough is not good enough. I don't see why the residents of Kitchener don't deserve the same protections that all of these other cities are getting. That's what I have to say.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Chapman has a clarifying question.
Yep. So Hamilton gives $1,500 a month for that rent differential. Is that, whereas Waterloo doesn't specify, they just say they would give the full amount, right? Which, like in your case, because you're experiencing this, what to you seems most workable?
I mean, either, I'm sure there's reasons to them putting a specific number on it, but I think it should be up to the landlord to cover whatever that cost differential is. I think the easiest way to do that is just to look at whatever that tenant was paying at their current, or at the unit that they're being removed from, and whatever they're gonna have to pay for the interim. Because that tenant's also gonna incur other costs, right? Like, good luck getting a 3-month lease, right? So, regardless of how you calculate it, I think it all works out to the same, more or less, for the tenant.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Those appear to be all the questions. Thank you, Mr. Wong, for taking the time today. Appreciate it. The next delegation, I believe, is virtual. Barb Smith.
Thank you for seeing me. I'm going to try to read this really quick. So, hi, my name is Barb. I've lived in the region for most of my life. You might remember me from the last time I came to speak. I had recently been rent-evicted from my apartment and trying to adjust to a 100% increase in my housing costs while completing my bachelor degree in accounting and raising a child on my own. As a refresher, my rent eviction was granted by the LTB, even though some of the needed repairs had already been done. My landlord claimed the meter needed to be changed, but the city had already done that with a meter upgrade. Then they claimed they were worried about the main cast iron pipe leading to the sewer, also already replaced when it actually had leaked a few years back. Then it was lead in the pipes at the hearing, when in reality the plumbing was PVC. My evidence, for some reason, was considered circumspect by the adjudicator, and even though they were the ones who had brought up new evidence at the hearing. My hearing was procedurally flawed. I couldn't hear the other party's testimony, and despite repeatedly asking for adjustments, the hearing proceeded without them, and I lost. I didn't even get a closing statement. Sorry. There's no duty counsel. Nothing. I could have appealed, but after years of fighting, I was done. I didn't have the energy for an appeal, and the order from the landlord-tenant board said I was allowed to move back in. So I should be safe, right? My focus shifted to trying to find a landlord that would believe that I could go from paying $1,020 a month to $2,000 on a student's income. After wading through fake ads, landlords just as shady as the one I already had, and places so outrageously priced, I had 3 weeks left until my landlord could file with the sheriff when I finally found a place to move. And here we are, almost a year later. I still don't feel safe in my home. I work 5 days a week in an accounting office, and I spend the weekends driving Uber to try and stay on top of things. Is this what you want for the region? To be a place where even an accountant can't afford to live? My old apartment sits empty. The renovations are completed, and it was just listed for sale. From the lead photo, they've been planning the sale for some time. The ground is covered in 2 feet of snow in the photo, and at no time was an opportunity to move back in as ordered by the LTB given to me. In my hearing, I said, if they get me out, they're never going to let me back in. I was told my fears were unfounded. It's right here in the order, and you can pursue a T2 if they don't. I was assured. So now what? Back to the LTB again? Start gathering evidence for a T2? Come up with the money to file and for some kind of representation on an already stretched budget? From the pictures posted on the MLS website, I can see the taps for the tub in the exact same spot they were before I moved, even though one of the reasons that I had to leave for the renovations was so the taps could be relocated to the other side of the shower, and they didn't know how long there would be no shower. In fact, the tub, toilet, and vanity are all in the exact same place as when I lived there, and my experience is not unique. Many people are pushed from their homes with claims of major repairs needed. Landlords ignore maintenance for years and claim the places are in disrepair and tenants need to be removed. Then they invest the bare minimum and hope for a quick sale before the tenant notices. This behavior is pushing more and more of our neighbors to homelessness and unsafe living situations. These bad actors circumventing the RTA affect more than just their tenants. New investors fall victim to purchasing these poorly maintained properties. Costs for homelessness, welfare, rental assistance, and policing all fall on municipalities and provinces. How much has your budget increased for policing and emergency services because of encampments? Their profits come from those costs. People claim that government interference in the housing market stalls investments, but in Tom Slater's article on rent control, he refers to the common belief that rent controls negatively affect a market as a fascinating yet disturbing example of the triumph of ideology and propaganda over evidence, and refers to a time in 1900s Ireland where there were no regulations and the majority were renters. Conditions were deplorable and prices were out of control. Some people may say that a tenant has no claim to a rented property and the investor is entitled to their profits because they took the risk. But what about the risk of the renter? When a renter moves their home into a property, they are putting their whole life on the line. The risk goes both ways. One doesn't exist without the other. If landlords were properly maintaining their units all along, they wouldn't need to displace long-term tenants. And thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for taking the time. There do not appear to be any questions, okay?
Sorry.
No, it's certainly okay, thank you. Next is Kayla Andrade from the Ontario Landlords Watch, virtual as well.
Sorry about that. I just got myself off mute.
No problem, we can hear you, go ahead.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Kayla Andrade. I am the founder of Ontario Landlords Watch, a grassroots organization started in Cambridge. We represent housing providers, industry professionals, and tenants across Ontario, and we have been an advocate for balanced, evidence-based housing policies that protect both tenants and the people providing housing. I'm here today regarding the proposed rental renoviction license bylaw. As its core, this bylaw adds another layer of regulations on top of what already exists at the provincial level. The province already governs renoviction-related evictions through the Residential Tenancy Act. The N13 process is clear. Tenants receive notice, they can dispute it, they are entitled to compensation, they have the right for the first refusal. If there is a disagreement, the Landlord and Tenant Board decides. This raises an important question. What is the purpose of this bylaw? Is it intended to stop bad actors, or is it going to stop responsible housing providers from carrying out legitimate repairs? Underneath the Residential Tenancy Act, housing providers already have the legal right to require vacant possession when major repairs truly cannot be completed with the tenant in place. At the same time, tenants are protected. They have the right to return to their unit at the same rental rate. Their rights are clearly stated on the N13 application, the legislation designed to balance both sides. When we add another municipal approved layer, we risk interfering with the balance and creating barriers and for the responsible owner who are simply trying to maintain safe and habitable housing. It's also important to look at the evidence. We are not seeing widespread findings of bad faith N13s at the Landlord and Tenant Board. In fact, we are discussing what took place in Waterloo. The data showed only 34 applications over 5 years. That is a very small number, and it does not suggest a systematic problem that requires broad licensing regime. We would like to, for the sweeping regulations without clear evidence of the widespread issue, we risk creating policies that is not the problem. This bylaw creates a second approval process. Even after following provincial laws, housing providers who now need to apply for a municipal license, submit affidavits, obtain a professional report, provide building permits, and wait for the approval to move forward. This means more delays, more cost, and more uncertainty, even if necessary safety repairs are needed. This is especially concerning given the amount of aging housing stock in Kitchener. Many renovictions aren't optional. They're needed to address mold, plumbing, structural issues, and overall safety. When we make those renovations harder to complete, we risk discouraging reinvestments and the very housing tenants rely on. The bylaw also requires a separate license for each individual unit. The multiple unit buildings that multiplies the administrative burden and cost quickly. This doesn't stop bad actors. It adds paperwork for those already trying to follow the rules. There's also penalties included within the provincial legislation of $100,000. The province has already strengthened the enforcements through Bill 97 under the Residential and Tenancy Act, including penalties for bad faith evictions. Adding another layer of municipal penalties does not fill the gap. It duplicates enforcements and risks discouraging responsible housing providers for undertaking renovations at all, creating slum situations. When renovations don't happen, tenants remain in aging units and housing quality declines. Another issue is fairness. This bylaw exemption government and public funded housing providers, including municipal and regional housing. That means private housing providers are being singled out as an additional regulation, even though all tenants deserve the same level of protection. If the concern is a tenant safety, the approach should be consistent. We all have to look at costs. This creates new administrative framework, licensing, inspection, enforcement, appeals, compliance. That's ongoing staff and oversight funded by the taxpayers. Kitchener residents would be paying for the program that's largely duplicates protections already in place. I think council should be cautious about implementing policies that sounds helpful, but may not be actually improve the outcomes. When the layer regulations without addressing the root cause, we risk creating something that costs effectively. The bylaw doesn't target bad actors. It adds steps responsible ones. I don't increase housing, it makes renovations harder. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Andre. There are a couple questions, beginning with Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Davey, and thank you, Kayla, for coming in tonight, for delegating. So how do you protect against bad faith evictions?
I believe we have to put our trust into the province and the Landlord and Tenant Board and understand that they go through extensive hiring when they hire their adjudicators, and they do also go through a review process as well as stays. So if there is a situation where a tenant is feeling that it is a bad faith actor, the tenant does have the option to go to the Landlord and Tenant Board up to 2 years after they have vacated, and then it would go through a review process or even a stay process even after they were evicted through the hearing. So what we're seeing now is just that we're seeing that the province understood that, and that's why they created Bill 97.
If I'm correct, not all of Bill 97 was enacted, though.
I would like to say a part of it is if you actually Google about a landlord who was caught with a bad faith eviction, and it was showed that she was fined $100,000.
Okay. So you referenced the amount of N13 appeals that are at the LTB. Do you have an idea, or does your organization have an idea of how many N13s aren't challenged due to lack of information, lack of education, unscrupulous landlords?
I think this is where we have to get an FOI from the province, but I can tell you right now, it's not about a lack of education. Tenants are fully aware of their rights. Everything is listed. I would encourage every city councilor to look at an N13 application and look at the wording. I do know with Bill 60, that wording may get a little stronger and more education to both parties, the landlords and the tenants, including how hefty the fines are for individuals who are considering to doing any type of bad faith eviction. That's going to be for personal use and or for renovations. And we're talking like up to $100,000 for an individual. It's up to $500,000 for a corporation.
So, since you mentioned that, I have some stats between January 1st, 2020 and September 30th, 2023. Now, a few years ago, there was 13 fines for bad faith evictions. The most fines were less than $3,000, and there's only 2 as high as $10,000. So the argument that while there are extreme penalties for these bad faith actors, this would actually show to the contrary that, yeah, while the legislation is there, the paperwork or the information is there, the law is there, the province is not adhering to their own policies, and they're very, very minimal. So my point would be there's not much of a deterrent for bad faith actors because it's a slap on the wrist compared to the people who are potentially homeless. So thank you very much.
Now, did you say that was 13?
13 fines to landlords for bad faith evictions between January 1st, 2020 and September 30th, 2023 at the Ontario Landlord and Tenant Board, so LTB. Most fines were less than $3,000, only 2 as high as $10,000. And
Now, do you have
only 4 have been paid.
Now,
That's-
do you have the actual order of that entire case, or are you just seeing that there was 13 bad faith, there was fines?
I'll stick with my original comment.
Yeah, we're getting a little off track. That concludes Councillor Noel's questions, and now Councillor Chapman has some questions for you as well, Ms. Andrade.
Yeah, I just wondered, are you a landlord?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Andrade. Those are all the questions. Thanks for taking the time today. Appreciate it. Up next, we have, from Acorn, we have Ken Bogopoul and Jackie Wells. Welcome.
All right. Good evening.
Before we begin, can we confirm our time, please? We were told that we would have 10 minutes.
Checking here.
Perfect. Sorry, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. You're good for 10 minutes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to say that finally we're here. As the chair of Waterloo Region Acorn, I commend the mayor, council, and staff for carrying us to a historic evening. Tenants across Kitchener may be able to sleep easier at night with the knowledge that their safety, dignity, and rights may be acknowledged and upheld by the actions of their representatives at City Hall. While some will inevitably oppose a renoviction bylaw, we thank the councillors who've made tonight a reality. Our message tonight is simple and it's clear. We want Kitchener to have a renoviction bylaw that measures up to the gold standards set by Hamilton and Toronto. After all these years of pushing council towards this moment, there is actually no reason why we should ask for or expect anything less. If there is any good that has come from the delays that we've had to contend with in Kitchener, it is this. We can learn from other cities that have already enacted their own renoviction bylaws. Hamilton City staff actually presented a status update of their renoviction license and relocation bylaw last Tuesday on March the 24th, 2026. The data in the Hamilton report is clear. The renoviction bylaw has been extremely effective at reducing renovictions during its first year of enactment. Based on data that staff in Hamilton obtained from the LTB, the number of N13 cases that were issued in Hamilton in 2025, coinciding with the first year the bylaw was in place, have reduced by an average of 75% when taking an average of all the years between 2020 and 2024. The number of N12s, evictions for the purposes of a landlord's own use, have not increased as a result of N13s being issued. In fact, they've decreased. This may be in partly explained by the fact that large corporate landlords cannot issue N12s to tenants for the purposes of own use. In one case that made it to the LTB, Both the landlord's legal representative and the tenant's legal representative referenced the landlord's failure to comply with Hamilton's renoviction bylaw during their LTB hearing. The LTB did not dismiss these references, and ultimately the landlord's N13 application was not granted by the Landlord and Tenant Board. Again, this is in the Hamilton staff report review that they just released last week. Because of these exceedingly positive results, Hamilton staff recommended amendments to the renoviction bylaw in order to include requiring the landlord to cover moving costs for the tenant, following Toronto's example. So they've increased tenant compensations. They have not removed the tenant compensations that already existed. The conclusions that we can draw from this report are that, number one, including tenant compensation is the gold standard for an effective renoviction bylaw. Cities that have included this compensation in the form of rent gap payments and moving costs have not removed these, but rather they've opted to add more when reviewing the effectiveness of their bylaw. Cities who've already implemented a renoviction bylaw recognize that the aim of the bylaw was to eliminate or at least substantially reduce N13 issuances for the purpose of renoviction or renovation. Just to clarify, N13s are also issued for demoviction. So the point being that since these have been substantially reduced by the renovation bylaw, the staff use this as a measure of the bylaw's success, not as a reason to not have the bylaw. Precedent has been formally established that the Landlord and Tenant Board will not dismiss references to a municipal renoviction bylaw, even though the bylaw falls outside of its jurisdiction. And number four, some N13s are issued, as I already said, for demoviction and not a renoviction. Therefore, a rental replacement bylaw, which Kitchener already has, and a renoviction bylaw go hand in hand to protect tenants against unnecessary and bad faith evictions.
So with these results in mind, there's no reason to hedge against a fulsome and robust renoviction bylaw in Kitchener. Kitchener tenants pay property taxes to the city included as part of their rent, and we are entitled to the benefits of paying those taxes. Elected city councilors have a responsibility and a job to look to the needs of their constituents and stand up for municipal autonomy. We acknowledge that the provincial government has frustrated the actions of this council recently after the council voted to pass inclusionary zoning. However, this is not a reason to meekly acquiesce to a premier that does not respect municipal democracy. We cannot build our way out of the affordable crisis, especially in Waterloo Region, where the water shortage will severely impair any new housing development for the foreseeable future. And lastly, keep in mind that your colleagues in Waterloo almost unanimously passed their renoviction bylaw just 2 months ago. They voted to include tenant compensation in the form of rent gap payments and moving costs in their bylaw, and it will take effect in July 2026. Our demand is simple. Include tenant compensation, specifically requiring the landlord to cover moving costs and rent gap payments to the tenant for the complete duration of the renovation period. And we would like council to implement the law as of June 1st, 2026, as recommended by the Optimus consultation report, or at the very latest by fall 2026, so that this sitting mayor and council sees that this work is completed before municipal elections take place. In closing, we assure you that Acorn has and will continue to pressure our provincial government to do their job as well. Acorn takes direct action at all levels of government to demand change on issues affecting low and moderate income Canadians. Our record shows this. Recently in Ontario, Acorn members successfully lobbied the Ford government to remove the introduction of fixed-term leases from Bill 60 before it passed. We can be useful allies to achieve the change we all need and want from our provincial government. We are here to stay in the Waterloo region, and we can work with mayor and council on matters that concern us all. Thank you.
Thank you kindly for your presentation. There is a question from Councillor Chapman.
Jackie, I just wonder if you could clarify so the Hamilton compensation package was not part of their original bylaw, and then it was part, but then when they did their status update and did the review of the year, they increased it, or was it never on
Yeah, just to clarify, so Hamilton, as you know, was the first city in Ontario to pass this bylaw. And they did include rent gap payments or alternative accommodations for tenants during the duration of the renovation. So that was already in their original bylaw. But just last week, the staff submitted their recommendations to council to amend the bylaw to add protections, including moving costs, which is what Toronto has. Toronto already had both, like rent gap payments and moving costs covered by the landlord in their original bylaw, which they passed last year. And so Hamilton just wanted to catch up with Toronto and added that as a secondary measure as well.
And in their report, did they make any reference to legal challenges that they had had over the course of the year?
No, they didn't mention legal challenges at all. The only thing that they mentioned was the one case that did go to the LTB, and the fact that, I'm not sure of the specific context, but in their summary, it just said that both the landlord's legal representative and the tenant's legal representative at some point during the hearing referenced that the landlord did not follow Hamilton's bylaw, and the LTB did not dismiss that as a point. And I am not sure of the specific reason why the N13 was not approved, but it wasn't approved.
Okay. Just one last question. I know a question was asked of staff about the number of N13s that they're aware of. Can you give us an idea of how many tenants contact you that have received N13s, and about what that looks like?
It would be hard to count because we usually get like 1 or 2 people coming from a building, and they might represent, 10 people, 30 people, 50 people. So as far as like actual specific numbers, I don't have those offhand, but it's more than, I forget what number you had asked about, but it's more than what was in Hamilton's report of N13 issuances. And yeah, just to clarify, so I'm just going to clarify this point because I had to think about it myself. But as I said before, N13s are issued for demo evictions and renovictions. So we have a rental replacement bylaw here, but we don't have a renoviction bylaw. So Hamilton has both. And those ones that went to the LTB, some of them may have been, I'm not sure if they were all renovictions or if some of them were demo evictions. But in the end, Hamilton staff issued one application approval out of the multiple that they received. Only one made it to the very end because some were withdrawn, some were canceled, some were exempt, and they haven't had to issue any fines.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. That concludes all the questions. Next delegate is Helen Schwery. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair, Mayor, and Council. I'm here to oppose the proposed renoviction bylaw. I'm speaking both as a landlord for over a decade in Kitchener, as a fellow city councillor from Cambridge, and as a Kitchener taxpayer. One of the reasons I've chosen to be a landlord in Kitchener is because you have not made it difficult to be a landlord. Kitchener has been a great place to be a landlord so far. And I would like to believe all of you have gone, excuse me, to the Provincial Landlord and Tenant Board website that includes the Residential Tenancy Act thoroughly before even considering a bylaw. And I also wonder how many members here passing this bylaw have ever been a tenant. The province already enforces clear rules to the Landlord and Tenant Board to prevent bad faith evictions. A landlord cannot evict for renovations without their approval. The system already provides oversight, transparency, and clear information for tenants and landlords. So the Residential Tenancy Act, Section 57, talks about bad faith eviction and also the orders, fines, and compensation. It talks about the landlord paying a former tenant all or any portion of the increased rent that the former tenant will incur 1 year for a 1-year period after vacating the rental unit. It also talks in the order about paying out-of-pocket moving expenses, storage, and other like expenses. And also a $10,000 fine for non-compliance. Your non-compliance fee is $25,000. So what happens if the Landlord and Tenant Board says you can renovate but you decide you can't. The staff also states the purpose of the bylaw is to enhance transparency and provide oversight. What part of all the information in the Landlord and Tenant Board site does not already do that? It gives detailed, easy-to-read information and clearly defines the rights of both tenants and landlords. The Tenant Association stated, I read, if a city fails to act, more families will lose their homes. That's not accurate. Strong protections already exist, and statements like that are nothing more than fear-mongering. The bylaw doesn't fix the gap. It duplicates an existing one and adds more costs and red tape. Landlords already go through many hoops at the provincial level, and now the city is adding more. I wonder how much the city already paid, and I'm wondering as now a taxpayer, for the consultant, extra staff time to prepare the proposed bylaw, and now the recommendation is to hire more staff at a significant cost. And for what? A process that already exists at a provincial level? As a taxpayer, I find that a waste of my money. At a time when people and landlords are struggling, this looks less like a good policy and more like a tax grab on 99.9% of landlords. I don't see stronger rules on bad tenants, and there are many that have bankrupted some landlords. We say we want more housing, and specifically more rentals, but adding barriers like this discourages the very people you are trying to attract. Even the report says rent-eviction applications are very low. As a fellow councillor, it frustrates me when I see these kinds of bylaws that are overstepping. We have so much in our jurisdiction to deal with already. We can barely oversee and manage, so why are we adding more? So I would strongly urge council not to support this bylaw and add more burdens on landlords, which will increase the tenants' rent, but instead focus on solutions that actually increase housing, reduce taxes and fees, and not ones that add costs and rules and drive away the rental market. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. There's one person with questions, Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Dave, and thank you, Councillor, for coming in tonight. So, you're right, we do have legislation at the provincial level. But then why do bad rent-evictions, unfaithful rent-evictions still occur if we have the legislation already there?
Because there's bad people everywhere. Bad people on the street, bad people in churches, bad people everywhere. You can't regulate bad people. And right now, if something happens and you have a bad landlord, go and call the Landlord and Tenant Board. Just like if somebody breaks in your house, call the police. There is a body there to oversee that.
Right. Okay. Just a quick note, there's 53,000 in cases in a backlog, so it's not as easy as you make it sound. And obviously the people who we've heard from and that are in the gallery would disagree with your assessment as to what the legislation actually does and what it doesn't do. So thanks for coming in tonight.
I agree with that, but you know what? It's just as bad for landlords. We have to wait too. I've had really bad tenants. I have great tenants now, but we're all in the same process. So what do? We talk to the province. That's their job. Thanks.
There are no further questions. Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Deneau, just a reminder, read this questions. Okay, save our comments to the end. Thank you. The next delegation is Linda Voss.
And Mayor,
Good evening.
nice to see you all. Thank you for having us. I just wanted to make kind of a comment on a couple of things that we heard. I just looked up that $100,000 fine, and it was for a guy in Hamilton, and it was for 4 units, and none of those people were able to go back to their houses. So that one was a little bit off-putting. Now saying, and for instance, our N13s, you were asking about renovations earlier, Mr. Schneider, about our N13s. I'm from the 250 Frederick Street location. We have 108 units, and 62 of those units were issued N13s. So that by in one go goes well beyond that 33 number that one of the last delegates stated. So of those 108, we had 62 issued. They were all for lower paying rent, who have been tenants for 10 to 40 years at this building. They didn't do anything wrong. They just lived there, and all of a sudden we were being kicked out of our houses. So that started in 2023. It took over a year and a half to be seen by the LTB, and during that time we had to deal with pressure from the company that was trying to kick us out. Of those 62 units, 31 people left. 31 were kicked out of their houses just for fear alone. And of those 31 that remained, this was a mixture of low-income individuals. So these were senior citizens on geared income, disabled individuals, newcomers to Canada, and young families. So those 31 defendants all teamed together, and we had to go to legal aid to get help because those people couldn't afford it. We couldn't afford the legal fees that were necessary to fight for our rights. Okay, so this guy that took over our building, sorry, I'm so emotional right now. The guy that purchased our building, Michael Klein, he has unlimited coffers to draw from. So because we don't, we had to go to legal aid to advocate, to get help. So we got, after some time, we were approved, and we had a wonderful lawyer and a legal team that were super thorough, and they competently fought for our rights, and they won. And a month and a half later, Michael Klein issued an appeal. So now we also didn't have the money for the appeal, so we had to go back to legal aid. And because it was a new case, it had to be approved again. And so now that's 31 times 2 for all this legal aid help that could have gone to other people, you know? And now, how long is this appeal gonna last? First of all, the lawyers on the other team are drawing it out, and they refuse to have contact with our legal team. They don't answer phones, they don't answer emails, they're just drawing it out as long as possible. My building goes into disrepair. I have submitted so many times related to my stove and the toilet over the last, for plumbing needs and for electrical needs over the last year, but that's not going to be answered because they're waiting to kick me out because I've lived there for 13 years and my rent has only gone up $170 in that time. So $170 per month. So, sorry. I'm upset that we have to get that help from legal aid. I'm upset that that money is going to us and not to other people that could use it. It really frustrates me. And when the LTB, like you said, 53,000 cases are in waiting, and we're 31 of those. And that's just gonna keep on happening. And how many of those 53 cases are just these super corporations that are coming back for appeal after appeal after appeal? Regarding the costs, okay? I think that, first of all, super landlords, these corporations, these costs that are going to be related to them are going to be tax write-offs for them. We know this. If you have a corporation, that's my business. I do taxes. I see property taxes all the time. I know they go up every year. Everybody whines about property taxes going up every year. But I honestly don't think that if you asked every single person that lives in this city, the over 300,000 people, if they had to pay an extra couple bucks per month just for the security of their neighbors, for their kids, for them to have a place to live, I think that they would. And I think that these corporations are not who we elected. We elected you. And they don't have the morals that we know that you have. So I really hope that you add to this bylaw, encourage to discourage these bad faith renovictions because they are continuing. It's not just the N13, it's also these appeals It's also the burden and the damage to our
Oh, yeah, thank you for your presentation. Actually, there are a couple questions, so hang out for a sec. Beginning with Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Davey. And Linda, thank you so much for coming in tonight. Great presentation. I appreciated your stats. And I also appreciate your experience and how much I know that you and a number of you have worked so hard on behalf of the apartment there and have been working on this for a very long time. That's where my question comes from. You know, we've heard from some delegates tonight making it sound like it's very easy to go to the the landlord-tenant board, right? Can you talk about that experience? Is it easy for people who, you know, are already experiencing tough times to go and delegate, to have to take time off work, et cetera?
Well, I appreciate that. Every time I've had to see the landlord-tenant board, I've had to take off. Everybody that's a participant has to take off so that they can be seen and heard. So yes, that is an issue. Also, I have a lot of newcomers that live in my building, and although the landlord-tenant board offers language translators, it's legal jargon, and it's not always something that somebody can understand, especially if you're coming from another country. You know, we promote multiculturalism in this city, but a big portion of the people that are being affected by these N13s and these bad faith landlords are newcomers that are not familiar with the laws and might not even feel comfortable going to the LTB or asking their counselors about that, because perhaps in where they're from is not something that they would do, right? So I even know that my fellow neighbors have gone and got counseling services where they've come to our building where city-run counselor, city-provided counseling services have been provided to my fellow tenants because of what is effectively just been such a burden on our lives for over 2 years. And it's still continuing. I'm still in the middle of it. I still don't know if I can still stay in my place. That's a problem for me. And I don't like the idea that people can so easily be thrown out of their homes. And I understand that a landlord takes the burden of any possible business risks. When you have, like, you are going into a business, there are risks associated with business. So if you possibly get a bad tenant, that is one of the risks. If you possibly have renovations, that is one of the risks. But those are all things that corporations can use as write-offs on their taxes. They don't have to. Anyway, I'm sorry. It's just a real burden on us all.
I appreciate your honesty and for sharing your experience and the experience of others and for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey. There's no doubt your situation is one of definitely hardship and, you know, something that you've gone and many of the other tenants have gone through. It's rather scrupulous. So there's no doubt that there is those types of individuals out there. So I guess my question would be with regards to the last time you were here, you were concerned that the N13 you would be evicted because the N13 was valid on the landlord's part. So I guess my question is, if you went through that process with through that tribunal, it would have been obvious at that time that Mr. whoever, I don't want to mention his name, had no evidence or no proof to back his case.
I can tell you everything that happened. I was there for every minute of it. They argued quite a bit. They said that it was required, that our stacks, basically the renovation has to do with our kitchens, and that the stacks in our building have to be replaced, It's about plumbing. Now, what they came at us with different engineers, stories about, oh, that this has to be done, this has to be done. Yes, people have to leave, but they're asking us to leave for 7 to 10 months for some pipes in our kitchen. And so what our lawyer came back and said, well, you know what? These pipes were actually replaced. And these pipes last for 14 years. And she came back with every single date that they were replaced for every part of our building, because the last owner of our building kept up with the cost of our building. Our building was in great repair until it was taken over. And then all of a sudden, we have to replace all the plumbing in 62 out of 108 units, which are not connected. Why wouldn't it be all 108 units? Why only the tenants that were paying under a certain amount?
I don't disagree with.
No,
I don't agree with the tactics that this individual did, but I guess the concern that I have is it went through the process, and now it's going through an appeal.
And
the chances of winning an appeal are still relatively minimal, because they don't have the evidence. That's why they lost in the first place. So I guess my other question too is, those other tenants that left, they didn't need to leave. They left.
No, but
they
were
left on their own.
going. Yes,
I know,
were
but they left on
pressured.
their own, right? Like,
Okay, so of those 31 tenants, sorry, I don't mean to stop you, but those 31 tenants, several of them moved to other units in our building at twice the cost because of fear that they would lose their homes. Some of them were put into their kids' houses. Now they're in a granny suite in their kids' houses. That's putting pressure on a family that didn't have to have that person living there, that was already paying for their home, the home that they were living for.
I get what they did, but they didn't have to do that. If someone told you to do something, you just don't go and just do it.
Yeah, I know,
right?
but if you're scared and you're in a pressure-filled situation and it's something that is so important to you, this is your home, this is where you sleep every night, this is where you should feel safe and secure. If somebody is coming at that and you have this one possible chance to get out of it, okay, I will find that extra $1,000 a month out of my limited income and go into my savings, and I'll pay for this every month. That's what those people had to do. And it wasn't fair. It sounds like it's only one guy that's doing this. It's not only one guy that's doing this, and it's not that he didn't have evidence. He came at our lawyer with so many bits of evidence, but then she had to argue each and every one of those over and over.
No doubt. And
it was
I'm
a
not
lot
trying to
of
make
work,
light
yeah.
of your situation at all. I'm just trying to look at it the perspective that how I have to balance it all out on the city level. And from what I learned from some of the delegates here, they got fined and they didn't even pay. So what's going to stop a landlord today if we go through this bylaw and says, I'm not going to pay either? It doesn't change the situation.
They have to pay. They would have to pay
because
that
the
initial
LTB is
licensing
the only one that has
cost.
the power to change it.
They would have to
That's
pay the
where I'm trying
initial
to go.
licensing cost, right? And then there wouldn't be any argument as to what kind of engineer is deciding whether or not if this is a qualified renovation or not, because it would be an engineer that you approve the paperwork of. So that's already eliminating a big chunk of a big issue right there. And then if they do get fined and they don't pay it, then you guys have to make it happen, right? Like that's what we're asking you to make happen. And I feel like if you move forward with this, if you make it difficult for these landlords to renovate people, it's going to reduce these amount of cases that are being fought by the LTB. It's going to reduce these appeals. It's going to make it easier for smaller landlords that are doing valid renovations or valid renovations to their household, to their business investment, that it makes it easier for them. Yes, the LTB and the Tenancy Act have these rules in place, and yes, the N13 says all these things that you're supposed to follow, but a lot of those rules were not followed by the owner of my building.
And that's where, I'm not going to, I don't want to
Hate
debate
to cut you off,
your
Councilor Ennis,
situation.
but this has been going on for quite a while.
I'm sorry.
We got a lot of folks waiting.
So anyways, from what my understanding, this individual is not going to honor any rules no matter what we put in place. So it's basically putting in something in place that's not going to be enforceable.
Yeah, sorry, in fairness, Jeff, I have to again remind committee, like, again, we're asking questions, we got to save our comments for the end, okay? Because there's a lot of folks to go through. And speaking of timing, actually, our next two delegations are virtual. We'll get to them, and then we'll take like a 2-minute stretch break, all right? So the next delegation, sorry, thank you, Ms. Voss, so much for taking the time today, appreciate it. The next the next delegation is Sandy Azevedo, who is appearing virtually.
Good evening. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can, Ms. Azevedo, go ahead.
I don't know why everything is black.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Oh, I know why. Oh, well, I guess not. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My camera is not working.
You're reminding me of TV when I was young after midnight, but that's okay.
All right, so I'll reduce that. Good evening, everyone. I am not a landlord. I am not a tenant, but I do deal with a number of issues that the public, tenants and landlords, go through with this situation. And now the new bylaws or the new legislation that came and was reinforced in 2024 has reduced the numbers that one of the councilmen there referred to, the councilman with the blue shirt. I'm sorry, I cannot see him because at this moment, for some reason, I cannot see the screen. So anyway, the information that I have is in relation to the legislation. So what I've requested when I put my request to speak was for numbers in terms of statistics in relation to this new bylaw initiative. It sounds to me that the numbers have not been provided, or at least maybe not as researched as it could have been in terms of the costs of this issuing creating a new division of employees and resources to be paid out by the city when there are very likely departments already in use within the city from enforcement employees, from the planning inspections that can be put towards as well this situations, instead of creating a new division, a new department for just this renovation bylaws. Now I know that I've heard comments. I thought we had 5 minutes. There's no way that I've already gone through my 5 minutes. But anyway,
No, you have about 2 minutes left.
I know there has been comments in comparison with the Hamilton. There's quite a difference in the structure or infrastructure of Hamilton buildings and most of in Kitchener. Not as well looked after, not as well rounded out by the municipality of Kitchener, and therefore the Hamilton has suffered much harder results for their constituents and for their public. But anyway, as far as this bylaw, it seems that it is going to be input or way more on the taxpayer, whichever that will be, in order to support this new division when the resources are already in place with the departments already existing in Kitchener. As far as the landlord and tenant board, there has been an additional $40 million added to additional adjudicators at the landlord and tenant board in 2024, and new legislation has been updated from the province regarding the same issues, renovations and landlords that have not been meeting their obligations. Now, the public and the tenants do have supports that are more available than. Can I still talk?
Your time has expired. If you want to wrap up your thoughts, Ms. Azevedo, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, there are available to way more tenants than to landlords. And remember, I'm not either. So that's exactly why the legal aid is there. Tenants should not feel afraid or upset for having to use it. That's exactly why we pay the taxes that we pay, everybody. So those who cannot afford it can use it. In terms of the contacting the board, I have been pleasantly surprised when the reduction of 45 minutes waiting on the phone to 7 minutes in. There's also I remember Miss Voss plumbing issues. I do understand those points from the aspect of the tenant, and I also know that the city has their housing. If I'm not mistaken, has the housing department that can send inspectors and speed up those issues so that when they go to the board, they can be updated. There are urgent requests that can be made by the tenants to the board, and they have been setting up meetings in 5 weeks. So there's nothing. The delays they're not there anymore, and I think that is. Rules are not followed by the landlord. Yes, when the landlord does
Okay,
not
Ms.
follow
Ms.
the
Azevedo, I've given you a fair bit of extra time, so I would thank you much.
so much.
Yeah, thank you much for your presentation. And there aren't any questions. Okay.
Oh, I forgot.
The next delegation we have before we take a quick break is Megan Walker from the Social Development Center. She's also virtual. Ms. Walker, if you're there, we can't see you or hear you.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Go ahead. Yeah.
Great. So good afternoon, council members, and thank you for having me. I meet in front of council relatively often. I'm Meg Walker. I'm a tenant organizer with the eviction prevention team at the Social Development Center, Waterloo Region. I have been directly supporting the organizing of several of the large buildings facing mass displacement this last 3 years, including 250 Frederick Street and 141 and 149 Borden Street. We've had some really big wins, and that is due almost solely to the intensive organizing on the ground by tenants. This is work that is emotionally draining and has taken up a great deal of the lives of tenants I support. Both myself and my team at Eviction Prevention see on a daily basis the harm bad faith evictions do to people in our community and the ways in which the RTA fails to intervene at the first point of harm, which is when the N13 is issued. We also have numbers of the attempted evictions, ones that we prevent, ones that go through, in our regular reporting to the region, because the region does fund our program, and we're happy to send those to you, to any elected official if they are requested. We do have hard numbers. I can personally attest that the tenants at 250 Frederick Street were tricked into signing new leases. These were often elderly people, or left just out of stress or fear because they were being bullied, or the pressure of the situation itself. I would like for us to acknowledge the power landlords hold here for a moment. They can afford to pay dues to lobbyists, and they can afford to pay paralegals to represent them at the Landlord-Tenant Board. Most tenants have community legal aid and my team. And we are mighty, but we're small. I would also like to acknowledge and echo the sentiments shared by my fellow tenants and organizers this evening, especially those who have gone through renovations, evictions in general, but also evictions for renovation. And I know this doesn't happen often, but I would actually really like to commend Council's decision last summer and Council tonight to direct staff to work on this report. And I am generally in support of this bylaw. These measures include a tenant liaison dedicated to helping tenants navigate renovictions and landlords and making sure landlords are being held accountable and they're in good faith. Unfortunately, I do hesitate to call this a service gap as we do this at eviction prevention, but this is a great service expansion. It's also ensuring landlords have the appropriate assessment for renovations by a qualified professional, which is not always true at the Landlord-Tenant Board. Making sure that tenants are given materials that clearly explain to them what the process of moving for renovations look like, what their options are insofar as moving and returning, and a dedicated staff to oversee and ensure tenants' rights are protected. Again, the LTB does not monitor a vacated unit, and the only recourse a tenant has to get back into their unit after renovation, if the landlord is acting in bad faith, is to file against the landlord. And this is a long, arduous process. It takes, at best, about 18 months right now, and that's rare. It is rare that the LTB hands out a penalty to landlords. This is true. But we could actually enforce and deter bad faith landlords on the ground here by having this bylaw. And it wouldn't necessarily have to be on the tenant. It would, landlords, right now, it's tenant initiated, whereas Kitchener could do that piece. Sorry, my child came into the room. It would tie the N13 process to the permitting process, which makes landlords accountable to go through the work stated in the permits. At 250 Frederick Street, the permits did not have the right work. The scope of work was not what was being done. A per unit application fee that will dissuade bad faith evictions by landlords, especially the corporate bad faith landlords. There's very few mom and pop landlords right now. These are not the ones that are doing bad faith evictions. Corporate landlords use rent evictions as mass displacement tactic, as they have in the region historically. And again, have data, have these 3 buildings I supported. We prevented about 60 evictions over the last year. Landlords or housing providers working in good faith should have no problem with these measures. Formalizing a process and procedures that landlords should already be following with additional oversight, rather than putting on the tenant, will deter landlords from exploiting tenants and depleting our affordable housing stock. This bylaw makes inroads to ensuring that tenants are not left behind in the process as well. It's not everything, but it is part of an iterative bylaw process, which I think is really important for us to have. And while I understand that this is admitted modest bylaw, I would be remiss if I didn't mention my disappointment that this bylaw didn't account for the financial hardship a tenant faces when moving, even temporarily, and didn't include any additional compensation for tenants. As other delegations have stated, compensation is the gold standard for rent-eviction bylaws, and I see no reason we shouldn't have gold standard in Kitchener. As it also stands under the RT right now, landlords are only obligated to pay 3 months to a tenant at the current rate of rent. As I've explained before, many of these tenants already pay below market rent, and without adequate compensation, a tenant being forced out of affordable housing will not be able to find even temporary residence and will end up on the street for the period of time they need to vacate the unit. That's if they don't end up on the street permanently. Compensation is a measure against homelessness, which is a crisis in the region spurred on by evictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker, for your presentation. There do not appear to be any questions. Thank you so much. Okay, everyone, it is 8:30. We'll take a 5-minute recess. We'll start in 5 minutes sharp at 8:35, okay? Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. We do have, I believe, 9 delegations left. Our next delegation is Magdalena Milos. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Magdalena Milos, and I live at the York, a heritage building just a few blocks from here that houses about 40 families. I was very happy to learn that the staff recommendation before you tonight is to approve a rental renovation licensing bylaw for the City of Kitchener. This is an important step towards putting into place Kitchener's commitment to housing affordability. As drafted, the bylaw requires landlords and operators of rental units who have served an N13 notice to apply for a rental renovation license within 7 days. I'd like to address the issue of renovictions without an N13, which the Optimus SBR consultant report documents as a problem, by sharing our experience over the last year. The York is known locally as Kitchener's first skyscraper, and many people recognize it immediately when I say where I live. Beyond its iconic status, it's home to a diverse community of residents of all ages and backgrounds. Last summer, 12 households, including my partner and me, were told by the property owner that we would need to leave our homes for 6 weeks due to a plumbing project to replace bathroom stacks. We understood the repairs were necessary. The building is nearly a century old, and residents have been dealing with sewage leaks, ceiling leaks, and backed up sinks for many years. But being told to vacate with less than 2 weeks' notice raised serious concerns. The property owner described the work as urgent, yet Kitchener's own bylaw enforcement unit had ordered these repairs 7 months earlier. So why were we suddenly being told to move on such short notice? There had been plenty of time to give the 4 months notice required by an N13, which, as we've heard repeatedly, also gives tenants the rights of first refusal to return following renovations. We were given none of those protections, nor any guarantee that we could return after 6 weeks. York residents connected with Meg Walker, who we heard from a short while ago. She's an eviction prevention worker at the Social Development Center, Waterloo Region. With her help, we challenged the attempt to displace us. In doing so, we learned that although the work had been ordered by the city, no building permit had been issued, nor had a building permit application even been submitted, days before the work was due to start. We also learned that these plumbing repairs could in fact be completed without forcing anyone out. Most of us were able to stay, and I cannot overstate how much this mattered in the context of a housing affordability crisis. In the end, this 6-week project dragged on for more than 4 months. Had we moved out voluntarily, I believe many of us would not be living at the York today. It's important to note that the City of Kitchener had both mandated these repairs and eventually issued the building permit for the work. Any so-called renoviction, in fact, requires a building permit. As we've heard, the N13 form itself states that a landlord may end a tenancy only if the work requires a permit and the unit must be vacant to do the work. Since the city issues these permits, this is the logical stage to check whether tenants are being asked to leave in the absence of an N13. Given the city's oversight of property standards and building permits, it is simply responsible governance to consider the human impacts of these orders and minimize harm. A basic check at the permitting stage could prevent people from losing their homes unnecessarily, or, as we've also heard from many others tonight, from fighting months or years-long battles that cause stress, instability, and lost productivity. I want to emphasize again that York residents were facing an informal renoviction as no N13 had been filed. A strong rental renovation licensing bylaw must account for this reality. That means verifying whether tenants have been asked to move, not just whether an N13 exists, and following up directly with tenants when needed. In a post-consequence world, it means having meaningful safeguards and enforcement to address the actions of those who would choose to disregard the rules. And it means considering whether the bylaw, as well intended as it is, could have unintended consequences, such as increasing the number of informal renovictions. To conclude, I urge you to adopt a strong framework that ensures Kitchener residents are not needlessly displaced through renovictions, formal or informal. As housing becomes increasingly financialized, we must prioritize people over profits and make sure that essential maintenance is not used as a pretext to remove long-term tenants. Renting is how more and more Canadians secure housing. That is a reality of what is happening, and those families deserve stability and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. There's a couple questions, beginning with Councillor Chapman. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Magda. I just wondered if you could tell us if the residents of the building currently are good to stay, or if you're still feeling threatened by the landlord and the property standards issues that you've been facing.
Yeah, so we've been in contact much more with property standards than we would like, simply to get to avoid getting to the point where the building becomes so unmaintenanced, shall we say, that we're somehow forced to leave. So despite the fact that we learned our rights, we refused to leave, this took a lot of coordinating. Many more families were involved than just the 12 units who were directly being displaced, because we know that if this is happening with a quarter of the units, then it could happen with the rest of them. So I would say I'll speak on my own behalf. I don't feel settled or safe since this started happening, despite the fact that we did not get an N13 and very few people actually left. There's this sense that there's something going on in the background to try to displace us, and that the building will become uninhabitable and that we'll have to leave. We have to keep on top of maintenance in terms of reporting maintenance, a lot of which goes unaddressed by the property owner. And I mean, if you look at how much time City of Kitchener bylaw property standards bylaw officers spend at this building, I'm sure you would all be shocked. So all of this, it's all interrelated. It's not to say that, tomorrow we're going to get an N13, but it's just this sense that it's not, the stable home that it was five years ago.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston?
Thanks, Chair Davey. And Magdalena, thanks so much for coming in. And you also talk about the lived experience, the stress of, it sounds like almost waiting for the other shoe to drop, that you said, something's going on in the background and you're just kind of waiting for it. So thanks for talking about that. And you said that that's the same way that everybody in the building feels as well?
I mean, I can't speak on behalf of everyone else, but there's a strong tenant community, and there is a lot of stress and uncertainty around what's happening. There's also a lot of community building and information sharing, and we've had a lot of support from Meg Walker and her team, and so that's been positive. But I think I think a lot of people feel similarly or on some spectrum as what I'm describing to you tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. It's not always easy to do, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. So you actually not issued an N13 then, right?
We were not issued an N13. We were given a letter from the landlord that said that within 2 weeks plumbing work would start and we would have to move out. And once we started questioning this, some residents got the response ultimately that, well, you don't have to leave, but you will have no functioning washroom for 6 weeks. So do what you like.
Understood. Yeah, so that's my concern, is I don't think this current bylaw would capture that or know that. But as you noted, their city was involved. So now I'm going to ask the question of staff. It's a notable point. If there is significant renovations, notification of your rights is the big part of this, right? So if you did receive something from the city, or that would set you on that path. But anyway, I just wanted to let you know that I noted of that. And thank you so much for taking time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Joyce Domingo.
I'm Joyce Domingo, and I live in the same building as Magda. And I live at the York. The York is a old heritage building that we all love because it's a beautiful building and our landlord is systematically neglecting it. And it's a heritage building just on the outside. I've been there 15 years, and I can't tell you how many scare tactics this landlord has used on us. It gets to wear you down. You get tired. You feel fearful. You don't know when when the other shoe is going to drop. And you know, Bill on the 3rd floor, he's been there 30 years. Coral, who lives right next door to me, she's a community builder. She's been nominated into the Waterloo region for community builder. Being a renter these days is hell. And I appeal to you, Mayor, use your mayor powers that the Premier gave you. We need a stronger standard for this. We need the Toronto Gold Standard, where there is a bridge where if we do have to leave, it's an old building, inevitably we might have to leave. But some of us might not be able to come back. And then also, you know, the cost differential. That's a big deal for some people in the building. We have immigrant families, we have a person with disability, we have people of different economics, and it's just the stress, the constant stress of this landlord, who actually is right in front of the LTB right now, appealing twice in Sarnia, his case, which the LTB ruled against him for unlawfully locking out his tenants. And some of them still, 2 years later, have not been able to get back into their units. This landlord was fined over $450,000. He's appealed it twice. He's dragging it through the courts. He is a bad faith player, and how do we prevent these type of evictions from happening? Well, these people in Sarnia had a fire in one of the units. They were told to leave for a few days. While they were out of their units, this landlord, our landlord, locked out all the tenants, changed the locks on their doors. People were living at their relatives, watching their apartment going up on rental.ca, all renovated. They weren't allowed. Some of them still have not been able to get their keys back and allowed into their units. I fear for the same thing for the York. He's the same guy. He has the same tactics. He has no respect for the law. How do we control people like that? I know there's good landlords, and I know that there's also good tenants, and most of the people in our building are very good tenants. We're educated, and we love where we live. I've been there 15 years. I'm 70 years old. I love my apartment. I don't want to move, but I'm tired of living with this stress. Also, I can speak for another 12 tenants that there's Bill, Coral, Magda. We have a pretty strong tenant board. I'm lucky for that. And I feel blessed that we have Meg Walker. And I feel blessed that we have Ms. Chapman here as well, or Councillor Chapman, excuse me. And thank you, Mayor, for listening to me.
Thank you for taking the time to come in. Appreciate it.
We need more teeth in this bylaw.
Oh, it's actually hard. Just hang on one second. Mayor Rubin, I did have a question for you.
Not so much a question as just, Mr. Domingo, I respect your comments around strong mayor powers. I've made it a practice not to use those. And so I just wanted you to understand that, because fundamentally we try to respect the principles of local democracy.
I do appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next delegation is virtual. Kevin Brittner. Hello, Kevin. We can see you, but we can't hear you. And still can't hear you. Might have to unmute. Oh, here we go. 1 second. Try now. Nope. Can't hear you yet, no.
Hi, Kevin. There is a button to the right of the little head in the middle of the screen. You just need to unmute yourself and you should be able to speak to the room.
Sorry, Kevin, we can't hear you. Did you want, perhaps we could bump him later into the list and then give him one more try? Kevin, try again. No, we can't hear you. Madam Clerk, move along and then, okay. Okay, so we will move to our next in person here, Ryan Murdoch.
Hello.
Evening.
So I'm here to substantially support the passing of the bylaws recommended, but with a few important amendments that I think have generally been brought up, but I would like to stress and reiterate the importance of them. So first would be to require the landlord to provide temporary accommodations or make rent gap payments. You're the one being displaced from your home, so you're already, right, you're already paying. So then the landlord is the one who's going to fundamentally benefit financially from this. So they should be the ones who are making that investment. They should be the ones shouldering the financial cost. You already rented the place, right? You didn't rent two places. You rented that place, and now they're doing things. So then that's fine. They're allowed to do things too. But you're already experiencing upheaval, right? Like moving isn't nothing. Especially I think in the current housing environment, it's definitely more than something. And that also speaks to moving costs should also be covered, because moving, again, that's upheaval. That's already like personal, mental burden. The landlord's the one who gets financial benefits, so they can shoulder the financial burden. If it's so important they need to evict you or make you move to renovate, right? Like, they can do that. That's their investment in their property. And also, as we've seen, there's usually ways to not have people move out, right? People figure that out all the time. So they can do that. And this will help motivate them to maybe be just a little bit more creative, put a little more time and effort. Because maybe they weren't bad people, but maybe it was just easier. So we don't need to make everything easy for people, right? We don't need to make everything easy for every landlord. Like, you invested in a business. There's, as people mentioned, risk, rewards, and everything that goes into that. And then also sort of to speak to a little bit about the funding and stuff, like, I'm sure you guys will find money, because when things are important, you guys do find money. So I think you can. And this isn't that much, right? When it comes to the amount of money that gets spent on other line items in that budget, where the immediate impact this will make on like just human beings being able to feel safer, more secure in their homes. Because I would argue that even when you're living in a place where like somebody adds, let's say, 1% chance you'll get evicted. Because like, right, there's always stuff can happen to our homes. We all know that. So there's always some chance. But would you just voluntarily add even like a 1% chance, like every day, that somebody could just screw you and your life has changed forever and you might not even get a new home, right? Like, I don't think any of us would accept that deal, right? Like, a little chance when it's your house can mean everything. And with sort of speaking to that, like where I believe Councillor Chapman mentioned like that $500,000, like maybe that's not what it's for. You guys can figure that out. But also I would argue like this is pretty close to an emergency. Like, is housing not like talking about priorities? Like, I don't know about you, but at my work and when I hang out with people, like we talk about rent a lot more than we freaking used to. And it's not just because we're like a bit older, right? Like, guys I work with have issues. And like, that's the thing, is so many things go undocumented, because maybe you have a decent landlord and you don't pay that bad a rent, and your landlord's a decent person, so they ask you to pay a bit more and you do. Okay, so that was never documented, but you paid an above guideline increase. And that's gonna get added up for the rest of the time you're there. Right? Like rent is stressing us out. It's only gonna become probably worse. So do what you can now. Take some bold steps, take some bold action, and be like a leader of other municipalities, right? We're always talking about why aren't more, well, because their councils suck. That's why they're not doing it, because they don't care about their tenants as much as you do. So I really appreciate that we've got this far. I really appreciate those of you who have made things happen. Like we see that, and we also see who doesn't do anything, who doesn't care about tenants, who doesn't seem to think it's a priority, who maybe doesn't know how bylaws work. So, right, we see all that, and it's noted, and there is an election coming up. Oh, sorry, one last point. It's insane to me that we would stop passing things because of an election that everyone knows is gonna happen and is scheduled regularly. Like that to me is like, we knew this election was coming forever ago, and now you're saying we can't add things or do anything during that period. So I think that can also get figured out. Like this needs to happen sooner because it's important. So please do those other things and make it happen like by this summer or September at the latest. Because the longer we put it off, like it's just gonna get worse. And also for the people it's happened to, that's terrible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. I do not see any questions. Thank you for coming in, presenting. And I'm gonna look to the clerk. Have we found Kevin yet? No? Another minute? Okay, we'll go forward with the next one. The next delegation is Lynn Antini. Hope I'm pronouncing that right.
I've been revising as I go.
Today,
Sorry, just make sure you speak into that microphone to your side there. There we go. Thank you.
Today, if council does us this honor, we'll have one small framework for requiring investors to conduct themselves with minimally enforceable ethics as business owners. To the small landlords, I ask you, have you ever had a deep desire to replace the currently safe and fully functional kitchen cabinets in the unit of an existing tenant? Or a deep desire to replace the kitchen floor or rip out a wall between the kitchen and living room? Yeah, I didn't think so. You know this doesn't make sense. These policies help ethical landlords. If you need to replace plumbing that has exceeded its safe operational lifespan, which the City of Kitchener will know because of the building permits that would have been pulled last time it was done, it will not be a problem because city staff will be on your side to help the tenant understand what's going on and why it's important to their safety and well-being. They can encourage a resident tenant to move expediently by providing reassurance and accountability that you, as ethical investors, will uphold your obligations under the law. And staff will be beside the unethical investors who are hurting your business prospects by telling them they do not need vacant possession for 6 to 10 months to replace a plumbing stack. What this bylaw means to you as investors or the management companies acting on behalf of investors is that you can be held accountable for decisions like listing a property for rent when the tenant has filed first right of refusal. It's much harder for anyone to claim lack of awareness of right of first refusal when the city staff has checked that they have the correct paperwork on file and made sure it was done correctly. And this would potentially mean that you can be subject to fines for every day that you have that property listed. And while I have no doubt that these fines will not be maximized even for repeat offenders, I urge Kitchener to make good use of your jurisdiction as a municipality to use financial penalties and enforce repeated and continued non-compliance. And I look forward to situations like where a local property management corporation, this is the only one that I know of, but it's not going to be the only one, where the unit was listed for rent for 5 weeks before I personally toured the unit and was offered the ability to rent it. the tenant reports it being up for rent for much longer. So imagine finding them and then finding them for 35 days plus however much longer. Even if it's a small fine, it starts to eat into their profit margin. Now, the fines don't get tenants their unit back, but it tips the scales if you would enforce the fines, which the province does. And this will start to occur before the unit is rented out, which will disincentivize the gamble that no fine will come, and potentially disincentivize investors from harming our community by even making purchases of buildings in our areas. Because when profit-motivated investors aren't buying in our community, property prices come down a little bit and become slightly more attainable for non-market actors. We need non-market housing, not profit-driven. Ideally, one of the core things here is that the city will track non-compliance by property owners and management companies and start to correlate this data to hold them accountable and allow for us to access records that we can see this kind of behavior. When consulting on this bylaw, I heard a lot from staff and council about being afraid to give tenants false hope. And I always wondered what was really meant by that. Does it mean we shouldn't try? This is important to the social, economic, environmental, and well-being of the city. And I urge people to check out a report by The Shift called Banks in Canada's Housing Crisis, because they are a part of it, and I know I'm asking you to help resolve that. But we have been fighting this. It was first identified as a need in December 2023. Rental replacement, which didn't turn out to be a rent eviction bylaw, was June 2024. And I encourage every tenant who has learned to step into the role of an organizer while fearing their own displacement, don't treat this as over. It's not over. Our government's not coming to save us. You're gonna have to stick together. We've been at this for years. We're gonna keep going through this. We're gonna have to keep changing. We need your help, but we're also gonna have to stick together.
Thank you, Lynn, for your presentation. There do not appear to be any questions. Thank you. Next, we're going to try and go back to Kevin Rittner. Hello, Kevin.
Yeah, does it?
We can hear you now.
It still says request to speak, and my microphone was clicked off. Anyways, I apologize for the confusion.
No problem at all. I'm going to chalk up the bad luck to the Leaf shirt. That's probably what it is. So.
Oh, you know what? Sadly, I am going to agree with you. I should be wearing something Blue Jays right now. But anyways, why won't this disappear? Okay, so I wrote down a few things that I just wanted to cover based on all the conversations that have gone on today. First of all, I am a broker with RE/MAX. I have been for 14 years. I've been specializing in pre-construction and investment real estate for about a decade now, and I have a property management company as well that works on behalf of landlords, obviously, but we are the middleman for tenants. And Kayla said this earlier, it is about being equal and best for both sides, where it's not at all fair for either side right now. But anyways, so I feel bad for tenants out there with bad landlords. Stories like Barb Smith is horrible. Barb, if you're still online, you do have rights and you can fight it, what the landlord has done, and you should do so. If you have any questions, please reach out. Common misunderstanding that goes on all the time is that landlords are all millionaires. That is incorrect. Landlords, most of them, small ones, are like you and I, regular people that have invested their life savings into something that's going to provide them a better future instead of the stock market. It is a different investment. Yes, it is a business, but why should anybody be able to live in something for free? Different conversation, though. Bill 60 is the first thing that has been passed in the landlord's favor in the last 15 years. Okay, a little bit more than that probably. And it doesn't really change much. It doesn't change all the major issues. It seems like all we're talking about is the major issues here belong with the LTB, and maybe they should hire a few more people instead of all the municipalities hiring out and trying to double down and go over things that the LTB is there for already. Somebody mentioned a tenant liaison. There's already a ton of tenant free advice, guides, groups, online supports, everything. If a tenant can get free help when they go to fight a landlord for non-payment of rent, that landlord could be out already $20,000, but still has to hire representation where the tenant is getting it for free. Everything is written on the N13 notice. It states all their rights. They should be doing it properly. Again, there's another lady said it, there's bad people for everything. Having more police doesn't stop all criminals, but we have to do what we can do. Tenants insurance is a big solver here. If we can force tenants to carry tenants insurance, that insurance would cover their displacement for something like we had a storm and it took off part of our client's roof. We had to fix it. The tenant had to be displaced. We have part of our procedures is that it's mandatory for tenants insurance to be in place before we turn over the keys. But after we've turned over the keys, they can turn around and cancel their tenants insurance at any time with no recourse or anything like that. So then after this gentleman canceled his tenant's insurance, he's still living in the property, all's okay, until it's not okay and he has to get displaced, but now it's our fault because he doesn't have tenant's insurance anymore. Sorry, my computer's where else are we here? Vulnerable tenants, it's the landlords who have the disadvantage and are choosing to not invest at this moment anymore in Ontario. A lot of investors are going down to the United States, going to Alberta. And if you want to talk about a housing issue, it's only going to get worse if investors are leaving this province because the Ontario government is relying on small investors now to provide the housing. Because you ask yourself when the last time any affordable housing rental buildings were built. Okay, Kathleen Wynne said something back in 2017. Well, their first building from her program took tenants in last year. So that's also, anyways, another conversation. All this is doing, in my opinion, and from people that I see, is just a money grab salary to the cities. It's already being done and paying more money just to be able to do something. It's unfortunate. Maybe charging a little bit more property taxes and answer a couple dollars here. I like that a lady said that, but they are always going up. And taxes on most leases are paid for by the landlord, not by the tenant. Someone else said that they're paying taxes through their rent, but it's not said that way in their lease agreement, or most of them. It says property taxes are paid for by the tenant or by the landlord, sorry. And officials making decisions about the housing industry that aren't involved in the housing industry is like somebody from a back of the house making decisions for the front of the house or something that's not involved. I worked at a steel factory when I was 15, and the people in the office, they said all the time that we could do things faster in the factory to make more money, and that's how we change things. But none of them ever did what we did in the factory, so how could they speed up something they didn't know how to do? The LTB is backlogged by 53,000 cases. That's been changed, but how many of those were rent arrears? Okay, that's the biggest problem here, and that's what delays the LTB, but they have cleared it up, and it's back down to something like 2 to 3 months, which is still too long, and I know I'm over my time, but thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Kevin, for your presentation. There do not appear to be any questions. Thank you. There are 4 folks left. The next is Emmanuel Mello. Emmanuel Mello.
Thank you, everyone. Every time I come here, I get more gray hairs by the second, but I appreciate most of the council members here. We're going through with this. You guys know how important this is to the city of Kitchener, and I appreciate all the work that's going into it. I also appreciate that most of you understand how a bylaw works. That's good too. My name is Emmanuel. I'm going through a current N13. It's in, I'm waiting. It was adjourned for almost a year. I haven't heard. I have no idea when it's happening. My building is a building of 15. 7 have left, and I understand they didn't have to leave, as I heard earlier. Some of them were fed up with all the other scare tactics that also go with the N13. It's not just the N13. It's the, our laundry was tripled in cost. Our snowplow came like twice last year. They did a little better this year. Things like that, maintenance, cleaning in the halls. It's disgusting. They've converted the units of those people that did leave, that were nice two-bedroom apartment units for families like myself, into dorm style, 3 rooms, because now they can triple the rent by doing that. And hey, if someone leaves and they want to do that, I'm sure there's other bylaws and whatnot to enforce. I don't care about that. But to force people out of their homes, I fought very much in court to have 50-50 custody of my kids when I got divorced. I fought hard for that. And I got a place, and I'm underhoused. I have 3 kids, and they're 14 and 12-year-old twins, and we're in a 2-bedroom apartment because that's what I can afford. This doesn't get passed with the additional, top-ups, and the tenant should not be having any burden in this. And I'm going to be all over the place because I've been writing notes. I know I only got 5 minutes, but there's a lot of things I want to address. Let's talk about the word renoviction. We've all used it, pro and against. We're all using this word. It's not a word, by the way. It's not in the dictionary. It's not a real word. It's a slang word because N13s were strictly being used to evict people that shouldn't have been evicted. That's why we're using that word, and we're actually using it in the bylaw name, renoviction. It's not a word. Look it up. Get a dictionary. It's not a word. But yet we're using it because that's how much the system is being abused currently. Yeah, I have rights. When I got my N13, first thing I did, all right, what are my rights? Okay, I have the right to refusal. Phew, I'm protected by, great. First thing I did, email the property manager, hey, yeah, I plan to stay. Thinking I was good. Little did I know that this renoviction was even a thing. I didn't even know that word until luckily some of my colleagues came to our building and said, hey, don't be so sure that you're going to get that place back. And sure enough, we're hearing it all the time. 7 out of 15 units. One is a man with mental health issues. We tried to reach out. He wouldn't, he had mental health issues. And they forced this poor man out. I don't know where he is. I don't know where he's living. I know that I went to the dumpster and there were hockey memorabilia and personal photo albums in the dump, and that he just had to leave behind because he didn't know what to do. Where is he now? Is he on the street? Is he dead? Is he alive? I don't know. But this is why we need these rules, okay? Bylaws are there to prevent. Yeah, you're always going to have shady people. It's another argument I'm hearing as well. That doesn't mean you get rid of the laws. That means you still put in laws in place. You're still going to have people speeding. We're not going to take away laws against speeding, are we? Or parking or anything like that? So some of the comments I'm hearing is just making me angry, so I apologize if I'm getting emotional. You tell my kids when I have to go and I can't afford a 2-bedroom apartment or even a 1-bedroom apartment to keep 4 of us in there, and I can no longer afford that. You tell my kids that they can only see dad once in a while. You tell them if you don't pass this law. So thank you for going forward with this. It's life-changing, and it's not just the cost for movings that need to be included. I don't know how you don't put a price on the stress to pack your stuff up, find another place. Where can you afford without a top-up? I now have to pay $2,500 in rent for the same 2-bedroom apartment. I'm paying $1,000, and that burden's on me. Why? I'm glad that we actually saw, and I'll wrap up soon. And I'm glad we actually finally saw some people talking, some tenants here, or sorry, some landlords here, because the past council meeting we saw none. And you know what? To the landlords that we saw here today, we're not targeting you. This is not for you. This is not going to affect you, because luckily thousands of landlords are good landlords. I have friends that live in great buildings with great landlords. They take care of their property, they take care of their tenants, and they follow the rule. This renoviction bylaw is for those shady people to deter them. We've seen Hamilton drop 75%. Wouldn't you love to drop something that's criminal and immoral by 75% with a bylaw? That's a win. That's a huge win. And I don't think you're going to see a ton of costs either going with this. And I'm going to wrap it up. But yeah, thank you again. Please make sure that we have top-ups. We have the less burden that we have on the poor tenant, because these are low to mid-income. I'm a single dad. I'm on ODSP.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you, Mr. Mello, for your presentation. There are no questions, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Caleb DeGroot Maggette. Caleb, welcome when you're ready.
Hi, thanks. Okay, yeah, so my name is Caleb. Is the mic working? Can you hear me all right? Okay, thank you. So I want to talk about my experience and a bit about the significance that I see in this bylaw. I'm here to talk in support of a strong renoviction bylaw. I'm very pleased to be here and here to talk about a renoviction bylaw. And I'm grateful to the council and to staff and to the consultants for their work in getting this going. In 2022, I had a landlord that contacted me and my roommates and told us that she was going to sell the place and it was going to be demolished. And she said that we had to sign N11 forms, which is obviously not the topic of this, but I understand an N13 is what should have been, or I'm not really sure. But that kind of comes to my first point, which is that tenants don't know what to expect with this stuff. And I think having a strong renoviction bylaw and giving this information to the tenants, I think that'll help a lot. And I think in talking with our landlord, it seems like she also didn't know. She said once that, because I was asking about the N11 form, and again, she was saying that we had to sign it, and she was saying that her lawyer told her that this is what she needed signed. So I'm hopeful that a renoviction bylaw and the support from the city would clarify things for both landlords and tenants. It was very scary to be contacted like this and to be told, we were told that we had to get all of our things out and leave the keys on the windowsill. And we were hearing, when we contacted some of these local organizations to help prevent evictions, we were told different things, that, just don't sign the form, you don't have to sign the form. Some of my roommates had already signed the form because they didn't want any trouble. I think this is another thing that it's hard to understand how much pressure you feel when the person that controls your housing is telling you, you need to get out of here, or even just having to tell them, I think you sent me the wrong form, or something like that. I think it's a very big responsibility to control someone else's housing, and I think it makes sense to regulate that. I think having this kind of clarity from City Hall would also help improve relationships between landlords and tenants. I think there's a lot of people that talk about having very bad landlords. In my case, we were very fortunate. It felt a bit like we just waited out the clock. We had been advised not to sign the N11, and we waited, and when the landlord showed up, or when the landlord said she was going to show up, instead the buyer showed up, and we found that he was much more trustworthy. He was a good landlord, and when he told us things, it was the same as what we were finding online and what we were finding experts telling us. And he came in and he offered to fix things. He was a great landlord. And I don't like that the idea of a landlord in most tenants' minds is of somebody who's going to let things, get broken down and just stop working and get neglected. And I think it encourages tenants to feel like they should be neglecting the property. People don't want to contact their landlords because they're hearing about this so much. And I think if we can emphasize that being a landlord is a responsibility and not just an investment, I think that would be very good for everyone involved. Even for landlords, just having fewer legal fees and not having to deal with these things, if it's very clear, again, from City Hall, I think that would help. And then another thought that crossed my mind, just as I was sitting here and hearing about all of this, is that I worry that if this was implemented, or if this was pushed a year and a half down the road, I wonder if a lot of landlords, a lot of the not so good landlords might find a lot to renovate in the year and a half that we have, and see that as a way of raising rents and again squeezing tenants for a lot more money. Thanks again for your time, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Cal. There are no questions, okay? Thank you. The next delegation is Karen Kurt. Good evening.
Hi. Sorry I don't have a speech. I just found out about this, and here I am. So I'm going off the cuff. I just wanted to read one quick thing to you. Very quickly. Note. You have the right to move back into the rental unit once I have completed the repairs or renovations. If you want to move back and once the work is done, you must give me written notice telling me you want to move back in. Also, you must keep me informed in writing anytime your address changes. N13, March 30th, 2023. The notice was given December 2022. We went to court a year later, not myself, my son. Lived in the building for over 22 years. And the building was run down. All it says is they wanted to update the plumbing, and it was a boiler system. They wanted to go into heat pumps. And going forward, it was a year before we hit court, hired a paralegal because I was on TikTok one day and I saw my son's building on TikTok with a man standing in front saying, and the address is right on it, so I know it was my son's building. The city of Kitchener is so slow getting permits, we're waiting to turn this 7-unit building into 13. That didn't say that in here. So going forward, I had to come here to see if he was actually issued permits. He was, right from day of eviction.
Sorry, Karen, can you just move over a little towards the microphone there? That's better, thank you.
He did get permits right from the day of eviction. So I drive by that place every day. I take photos every day. The only time work was being done and my son moved out and wrote the first right of refusal along with every other tenant but one. Everybody else got tricked into cash for keys because they're elderly. We went to court one day with one of the other tenants and they said, you don't have a case. Well, why not? Well, because he signed, the landlord showed the paper he signed that it was cash for keys, basically cash for keys. This poor guy didn't even know. We wasted our time taking time off work when it was a no-go. But anyways, back to my son, we waited a year, waited 2 years. It kept being postponed. As of Tuesday of last week, we were informed, we went to court Tuesday of last week. And we were in a room, them and their mortgage broker were in another room and going back and forth, saying they're not, he come from a two-bedroom, would he accept a one bedroom? Yes, with the $10,000 cash. He threw out all his furniture because they thought, oh, we're getting new flooring and new kitchens. It would be nice to have new furniture when I move back. Moved into a trailer. He also lost his elderly dog because his dog couldn't handle the stress of the move because he went to a small confined place. And it broke my son, broke him. He started living in a trailer just to go back, did every single thing this N13 said. Once a month he told his landlord, I'm coming back, I'm coming back, I'm coming back. He took pictures of the building if not every day, every other day we took pictures. The only time they worked on the building was when it was close to court. So last Tuesday, the lawyer, our paralegal came to us and said, text me back and forth, will he take a 2-bedroom or a 1-bedroom with $10,000 cash? My son says, I'll take the 1-bedroom with $15,000 cash because we already owe you, I don't know, about $8,000, and I have to buy new furniture, plus all the expenses of him going back and forth. He moved way out to Urbsville, and he works out near Homer Watson and I don't even know the other name of this, Wabanaki. Anyway, so we were told, you have to take this money or, because they don't have 2 bedrooms, they only have 1 bedroom. His 2-bedroom apartment was turned into 2 1-bedrooms, And the court would not force them to give them a one-bedroom. So without risk, if we went to the tribunal, or went through with the case, it would have been 10 grand versus the offer they made was $17,000. That's what my son ended up with and can't go back to his apartment. So everybody that's calling out the law, it doesn't work for us. It doesn't work for the tenants. But that's off the cuff, but thank you if I sound a little errant.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Curry. Yeah, there aren't any questions. Our final delegation joining virtually is Paul Margani. Paul Margani. And it looks like Mr. Margani is not here. Might have been wearing a Leaf shirt, I'm not sure. So that concludes all the delegations we have then for this evening. Thank you, everyone. Now I would go to members of committee to ask questions of staff. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I think I've asked all my questions, but I do want to move this when the time is appropriate, and I would also like to introduce an amendment.
Would you mind, I think I know what the amendment is, would you mind just repeating the amendment just so folks can consider it while other questions are going on? Sorry, would you mind telling us what the amendment is so folks can consider it for? Oh,
Yeah,
I see, it's actually, sorry, it's here in front of us, that's fine.
There it is, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't, okay, just give us a second to look at this, hang on. Sorry, my screen, I can't see both at the same time, so I have to read it here, so yeah. Okay, if I could ask the clerk to switch my screen back, then we can continue. I think it'll stay on everyone else's screen. And we're good. Okay, so again, questions of staff. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Davey. So we've heard quite a few instances where landlords allow the units building to become essentially a war zone. So let's say a landlord does allow it to get to the point of like just shambles, and I've seen it with my own two eyes. A mini fridge left in an apartment, holes above the cabinets, and they apply for an N13 saying, well, we need to do these renovations. Renovations. But the renovations are now a result of their own negligence. How would we proceed with that? Like, are we going to allow, so obviously the work needs to get done, but it's because they allowed that to get so bad. So how do we balance that out?
Ms. Vandergeld, go ahead.
Through the chair, I would say we still have to encourage tenants to report units in disrepair so that the property standards bylaw would kick in and we can mandate that those cosmetic repairs or minor repairs are amended and fixed before it gets to a state that vacant possession would be needed.
So
sorry, just to interrupt. Sorry, I did hear that too, but if you can just point the mic to your mouth, it's a little harder. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
And we've heard that potentially happened with our own bylaw, and so if it gets to that point, are we issuing N13s? Even though tenants, have complained for a year or 6 months saying, hey, there's lots of deficiencies, are we going to allow an N13 due to their negligence of their apartment? Not the tenants, but the landlord.
If a qualified person can verify that the renovations need to take place are significant enough that they would require vacant possession. Some cosmetic repairs or patches in walls and holes in walls would not require vacant possession, and that's something that can be dealt with under the property standards bylaw.
So legally they could allow I don't even know. Yeah, okay, I got the answer.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much. And I'm not sure if this question is for Councillor Chapman or for staff, but just to understand the proposed amendments that are in front of us and the impact on potential renovations. Sorry? I'm talking pretty loud. Can you hear me now? One thing I'm rarely accused of is being too quiet. So my question is this. So right now, when a N13 is issued and a tenant is moved out, when they come back to their unit, they come back at their old rental cost or some adjusted one that reflects the renovations that took place?
Through the chair, under the Residential Tenancies Act, if they trigger the right to return back to the unit, it has to be at the same rent that they were paying previously, with whatever the designated rent increases going forward would be going forward, but they can't increase the rent because of the renovation.
But a landlord, I believe, does have an ability to, if the cost of the renovations are, more substantive than would sort of be reasonable, they also have the ability to apply for a larger than permitted percentage increase. Is that correct?
They could, and that would have to be approved through the Landlord-Tenant Board.
Okay. And so my question, I guess, for Councillor Chapman, in considering your potential amendment is, my concern becomes that if it starts becoming too cost prohibitive to do a renovation, that we can in fact find people living in substandard conditions because folks don't want to, a landlord may not want to pay the cost of the renovation plus the cost now that you're outlining and so on. I mean, I think it's one thing to protect the tenant, but you're also now adding some substantive costs to the renovation. I'm wondering if you can speak to that.
Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, I think first of all, we have to differentiate between bad faith landlords and good faith landlords. A good faith landlord probably wouldn't allow their apartment or their unit to get to deteriorate in the way that some of these units have been described, right? They'd maintain them and they'd make sure that they're looked after. It's the bad faith landlords that become a problem. So is it unfair to say, well, they should have to pay more to accommodate the tenants so that this is their home? And we have to also acknowledge the fact that the renovictions are mostly, and I would say probably always, targeting units that are affordable. They're not targeting, new units or units that are being looked after carefully. So people that live in these units are paying affordable rent, certainly affordable to them, and to expect them to be removed from their living arrangement and waiting for a landlord to do a renovation, there has to be compensation for that.
No, I understand that, but I'm just trying to consider it in the balance of all sorts of things that potentially impact on housing supply and quality of housing supply, and just trying to make sure that we're giving everything full consideration in that regard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. One of the concerns we heard a few times tonight were landlords that drag things on and appeal. Could you explain what our appeal process would be under this bylaw? And do we have any tools that the LTB doesn't to prevent things dragging on?
Ms. Vandergeld?
Through the chair, if you're speaking to dragging on the renovation work in itself, the license that would be issued under this bylaw would have to be renewed annually until the renovation work is completed, and they would have to submit appropriate documentation or evidence to support what is taking the renovation so long to complete. In terms of appealing the eviction, that's done through the landlord-tenant board, and we would not be able to override their decision to evict or not.
Okay, no, so just help me understand this. So if we had made a decision that was in favor of the tenants and a landlord appealed it, we would not hear that appeal will then go to the LTB?
So if you're asking if we denied a landlord a license, they would have the ability to appeal that to the licensing appeal committee with the city, similar to our business licensing bylaw, lodging house bylaw program. They would be able to speak to why that license was denied.
Okay, and if they were still denied, then what, does that end it? Or what if they didn't comply, or like what?
So then at that point, we could proceed with charges. If they were denied a license and decided to carry on with renovations anyways, then we would be able to issue charges for doing the renovation without the license.
Okay, all right, yeah, I might have to come back. I don't think I'm getting maybe I'm not phrasing my question properly. Thanks.
Thank you. There's Councillor Deneau. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair David. Just a question for Councillor Chapman. I'm just trying to understand A and B on your amendments. And so we're doing the difference between their current rent and an apartment that they will possibly rent, or is it different?
Sorry, Councillor Chapman, go ahead.
Yeah, so if a tenant is asked to leave, or if they're evicted for renovations to take place, the landlord would be required to pay them the top up, basically, the rent from because what a tenant is currently paying is probably, let's say, around $1,000, but that same size unit elsewhere is probably going to cost double, if not, $500 or $600 more. So they would have to pay the top-up fee to ensure that that person, while the renovations are taking place, the tenant would have a home to go to before they come back.
No, and I get that. I guess the
And the second one has to do with the actual moving fees.
The part that I was confused about was the average, like we talk about the average market rent of a so.
I'll just add this, what you see before you is the same amendment that the City of Waterloo made to their bylaw.
Wow, that doesn't make me understand it anymore.
No, but I mean, I'm just, and it's very similar to Hamilton's.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so in B,
Yeah.
in B of this amendment, they have to find a unit for their the tenant, sorry. They have to find a unit for the tenant. Like it could be a building they don't own.
Well, I mean, it's asking to help, that they would help with that, that process and compensate the tenant accordingly.
Okay. And do you know, you put $1,000 in there as a moving expenses. Do you know what an average move is?
No, like I said, this is what Waterloo did. I figured we're in the same region. I assumed, that would make sense. We can up it if you think we need more.
Nope. Okay.
But part of the purpose of this is to ensure that there is continuity throughout the region, so that it's clear to landlords and tenants what their responsibilities are.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted a clarifying question too. Ms. Vandergeld, can you remind me what the current provincial rules are again for compensation? I know it's different for different number of units, but just for one, can you remind me of the time frame?
Through the chair, it depends on the number of units in the building. So if it's 5 or more, it would be 3 months rent compensation. And if it's less than, it would be 1 month.
Sorry, if it's less than, it would be
1 month
1 month?
compensation.
Okay. And I guess part of the thing that I think we're trying to solve here, questionable whether it's our jurisdiction, but what happens then if the developer, because like this is predicated on the fact or the understanding, I would think, that they would be done, the renovations, in that time frame. So is there any legislative rules at the province that, like, if they just say, oh, we're still not done, and it goes on for months and months and months?
Not that I am aware of, and I think that's what some of the delegates are speaking to, that some of the renovations get carried on for months or years at a time.
Okay. I'm just trying to identify all the issues at once here. The other question that was raised by one of the delegates was, I see this like a huge part of this, no matter what we do, is information and understanding your rights. And one of the issues that was raised was the City of Kitchener issuing required work on buildings. Is it, maybe you're not prepared to answer this today, and that's fine, but do we or can we inform the address, whatever that address needs? Can we not send them a letter saying, you know, we've noticed that through our building department, there's been a permit that's been issued, a certain amount of work needs to be done. It's really important that you know your rights, that, you know, this may or may not require any eviction, but please go to this, see these resources, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, and I think that's part of the tenant liaison position and some of the investigation work that we would have to work with building services in reviewing some of these building permit applications and trying to be proactive as best we can and inform tenants of their rights and the landlord obligation.
Okay. If someone is issued an N13, whether it's, you know, now, whether it's valid or not, they have a set amount of time to leave, but if they appeal it to the LTB, they're allowed to stay in their dwelling until the LTB has the hearing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so when there's a backlog of cases, while it may be very stressful for the tenants, they do still have a place to live up until the time that they hear that
Yes.
held. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions for now. Next is Councillor Schneider.
Thank you again, Chair Davey. I'll try this again. What I'm trying to get to the bottom of is who has the ultimate decision-making authority. So if we implement this bylaw and a landlord was denied their request to renovate and the need to vacate the units, can they just say, I'm going to appeal our decision at the LTB?
So they can't appeal the decision of the municipality. Those are two different separate issues. So to issue the N13, they would have to get an eviction order from the LTB in order to carry on with the renovation. So if the LTB is supportive of the eviction, regardless of whether we issue a license or not, the LTB's decision would trump ours.
Okay. And in the first presentation, we heard that our bylaw was meant to reflect LTB rules. So if we go beyond their regulations, can that be upheld? Like, we're talking about adding more than what they have in their regulations for compensation. So can we do that if the LTB has the ultimate authority?
If we're adding these regulations as part of our municipal bylaw, the LTB would have no bearing in whether or not those regulations can be in place. It's whether someone wants to appeal or challenge the bylaw altogether for it being out of our jurisdiction. That's the concern from staff about adding these extra provisions that are outside of what the RTA already provides for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you. So I think you might have just answered my question. So staff have had an opportunity to review the addition that Councillor Chapman is proposing, and you have concerns around it? Is that what I'm hearing?
These are the additional provisions outside of what the Residential Tenancies Act provides for. So the bylaw that the staff are recommending is that we just align with the existing provisions of the RTA and not go above and beyond that.
So even with the legislative changes that have been approved by the legislature but not proclaimed yet, these additional components are not part of what was approved by the province?
Correct.
Okay. And so as a result of that, they may be challenged, is what you're saying?
They may be. We don't know, and these bylaws are new, a new development in a number of municipalities. So it hasn't been challenged yet, but we don't know if it could be.
Okay. And at this point, Waterloo has done this. We have done, Waterloo has done this. Toronto has done this component. What about the others?
Waterloo, Hamilton, and Toronto all have these provisions included.
These additional provisions. And to the best of our knowledge, they have or haven't been, like, has anybody appealed them yet in either of those jurisdictions?
To our knowledge, it hasn't been challenged.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just have two more questions, and then there's no one else in the queue. My first question was in, I guess, late last year, Bill 60 was introduced. And my understanding is part of that too was mandatory use of all the LTB approved forms for termination notices. I didn't quite understand what that meant. So did that mean like it wasn't actually illegal to not provide the form in the past?
I think because there was a lot of concern about landlords issuing things just in an email or on a letter, and it was not a formal official form by the landlord-tenant board that requires to explain the rights and reasoning for the evictions in this case.
Okay, I'm fortunate enough that I've never actually seen an N13, but do you know if the form itself has changed to be more clear as a result of Bill 60?
The form is a pretty standard form, and it does clearly outline what the rights and obligations are.
Okay, just two more quick questions. It also in Bill 60, and again, I'm not sure if you know the answer to all these questions, but I got to ask you. Part of it was to shorten the timelines for reviews and appeals. Have we seen that yet?
I don't have the answer
That's okay.
for certain, but it's my understanding that they have added some additional resources and appeals are moving faster than they have been, but still lengthy.
Okay, and again, my last question, again, trying to look at every angle to try and provide assistance here is with, number one, is there any fee to actually appeal to the LTB? And a side question to that too, legal aid, is that something that is routinely granted, or are there folks that they just don't apply or they don't get that funding? Because that's a concern.
I am unclear of the filing fee for the landlord-tenant board, so I don't want to misspeak about that. Okay. In terms of legal aid, usually it's would be available if you meet a certain financial threshold to warrant the use of the legal aid services. But what we've heard from engagement is that they're limited resources and they can only help as many people as they can help.
Okay, that's okay. I was going to say that's helpful. It's just that the information is helpful. The answer is not. Okay, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to point out, but also, and this was pointed out by one of the delegates, that, and I'll read it. This is out of the Hamilton report, the one-year report. It says, during the landlord and tenant board hearing, both the landlord operator's legal representative and the tenant's legal representative referenced the landlord operator's failure to comply with the renoviction license and relocation bylaw, namely the renoviction bylaw. So this suggests to me that that even the landlord-tenant board is recognizing the value and the virtue of the renoviction bylaw in Hamilton. Like they deferred to it and pointed out the failure to comply. So I don't know if you want to speak to that a bit, if you've heard of other situations where that happened.
Go ahead.
I'm not privy to that situation or that case, so I should not speak about it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, that concludes all the questions, so would be now into comments. We do have a motion and amendment on the floor by Councillor Chapman. So looking for comments. Councillor Chapman.
Can I speak to it before?
Yes, please, now's the time.
Thank you. So first I want to thank all the delegates that came to speak to us and those of you who told us your stories, and to those who submitted written messages, and just, you know, for people in the community that are concerned about the way forward here. I'd also like to thank staff for coming up with this bylaw, and I also should thank Nicole Papke from Waterloo, who shared the bylaw with me, their bylaw with me with the amendments. The renoviction bylaw that we have before us is designed to protect tenants against bad faith landlords. I'd like to believe that most landlords do not act in bad faith, and in fact I do believe that the majority do not. This bylaw is for those landlords that are more interested in their profit margins than providing housing for people in this community. Kitchener's concerns about renovictions date back to October 2021, so it didn't start last year. In October 2021, Council called on the province to take additional and meaningful steps to address the ever-increasing problem of renovictions. Then in August 2024, Kitchener Council supported the City of Toronto's call. I've already mentioned this section where they were calling, among other things, requiring landlords to be responsible for finding temporary accommodation or providing sufficient relocation assistance for their tenants for the duration of the renovictions, and to increase the required compensation to tenants in no-fault evictions. Then in June 2025, Kitchener Council directed staff to develop a rental renoviction licensing bylaw, commonly known as a renoviction bylaw. So here we are, 5 years later, with what staff referred to as a modest licensing model. There's some great stuff in the report, that's undeniable, and it is, but it is indeed modest, and we need to take it a step further. The report comes at a time when the affordable housing waiting list is growing. Rents are out of reach for full-time minimum wage earners, and the unhoused population is growing as well. These are not times for modest approaches. Staff has chosen to follow London's modest approach rather than that of Toronto, Hamilton, or Waterloo, which provide compensation for relocation and for alternate accommodations. In order to set clear, consistent regulations and expectations for landlords and tenants in the region, we should be amending staff's proposed bylaw to include the compensation provisions as detailed in the Waterloo bylaw. Hamilton's March 2024-2026 bylaw, and I won't go through the details that I've written here because this was already mentioned by some of the delegates, but I encourage you to have a look at the study, because when we met in June of 2025, we postponed the passing of the bylaw because we wanted data. And now we have the data. Hamilton has had this renoviction bylaw for a year now, and they've provided some very useful data that shows the value of what their renoviction bylaw has done, and they've amended it given the data that they collected. Housing is a human right. And as elected officials, we have an obligation to do our part to keep people housed. We're talking about people's lives here. I like Ken's comment when he was one of the delegates that we will not be able to build our way out of the affordable housing crisis. So I just want to add to that comment and say that we need to preserve the affordable housing stock we already have. And that's what this bylaw will help to do. So it's in this vein that I propose the amendment that you've seen, and I hope you can support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deneau.
Thanks, Chair Davey, and again, thank you to the delegates that have come and spoken tonight. Some who are still here and some who have left. You know, and I say this quite often, elections have consequences, and I'm probably preaching to the choir here because I guarantee all of you folks voted or vote. But there is a huge segment of the population who don't vote. I work with healthcare workers who don't vote or vote for parties that, that affect them negatively. I'll never understand why, but they do so. And so, you know, this part of the additional Schedule 7 of Bill 97, and I spoke to this a couple years ago at AMO and was given an answer of we're still working on it. You know, this is the provincial body of work, but if they're not going to do it, who's going to do it? Somebody's got to do it. Like realistically, somebody's got to do it, and we see our homeless numbers and people living on the street, whether they're seniors or young people, continue to amass in our community. And so I will support Councillor Chapman's amendment, because I think adding that financial sense of security will, in most instances, almost guarantees those tenants to go back into that existing unit, because there is a financial cost associated with them for however long they're out of their original unit. And Councillor Chapman was correct that you know, the good landlords won't have to worry about this. It's the bad actors, and we know who they are, and I'm sure there will be more to pop up in our community. Those are the individuals that will have to worry about this. My fear is, you know, if they let the buildings get to conditions that are really poor, once they you know, apply for an N13, that we will grant them that right, because they've allowed that. Now that's a separate discussion that can be maybe held outside of here, but you know, I've said this before. I have coworkers who are on the low scale wages of our community, and they live paycheck to paycheck, working a full-time job, and having housing insecurity adds another layer of a burden to them. I can't even imagine what it would be like to have to wake up every day and worry about this. I'm thankfully, I've never experienced that. I can't imagine that it's any fun. And so I definitely, I feel for you individuals who are dealing with this, because it's not right. Housing is a human right. And so, yeah, I support the amendment, and I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. And again, I want to thank everyone who's come in tonight and all the nights before. It's very challenging. And I think as city councilors, hearing these issues, it's difficult. But also as a city councilor, I have to be mindful of my jurisdiction and what, as city council, we're responsible for the city of Kitchener. So there's things that are in our jurisdiction, like our parks and trails, our streets, our road repair, our arenas, sports fields, community centers, our sanitary, stormwater, natural gas systems, our fire department, our library system. These are the things that we are supposed to look after, and that the tax dollars that we collect go towards. Getting outside our jurisdiction can be very costly. I mean, I'm hearing complaints and calls about the reason of Waterloo's new waste collection system. So we only get our recycling collected every 2 weeks now, our garbage every 2 weeks. Do we want to fill that gap and say, well, we'll fill in the other 2 weeks, the other weeks, and this is where it's very tough doing what we're supposed to be doing. And if we are going to do this, I would like to move the decision to be deferred to the budget time, because we have got a lot of competing needs to look after in our city that are within our jurisdiction. And we are facing financial challenges with changes to development charges. We are uncertain of what's going to happen with that. If we need to build new development and put roads, pipes, things in, that could well be on us and have to come out of our tax base. So having a clearer idea of all the needs that we have within our jurisdiction, I think is important to have before we make a decision on something that is outside our jurisdiction. This is a service that is provided and funded by the province. And I understand that there may be some dissatisfaction with the way it's been going, but resources, I understand, have been added to it. And we have had some favorable decisions for tenants recently. So I would like to move a deferral of this decision to the budget process time.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. Deferral does take precedent, and typically how the rules of procedure work is folks aren't supposed to comment, but I think in fairness, I am going to let anyone that wants to make a comment before we take the vote in the deferral do so. Mayor Urbanovich.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I actually would ask that we split the deferral into two components, one being the main motion and recommendation, and the second one being the additional information that Councillor Chapman moved this evening. And on the second one, well, let me put it this way. I plan to not support the deferral for the main motion, and I will move an amendment for the second part to council. I mean, regardless, both of these would come to council anyway. And I'll just make these comments in general, and I want to begin by thanking everyone who came in again this evening or participated virtually, or those who have been part of the process over the last couple of years as we've looked at this issue. And there's no question in my mind that this has been a very complex and difficult issue for us to deal with, because it is one that is charting some new territory in terms of the role of municipalities, number one. Number two, it is getting into an area that has historically not been part of the responsibility of municipalities. But I will say that there are various areas that over time municipalities have engaged in when they were of the public interest for the community that we serve. And as a result of that, different bylaws have come into place. You know, those bylaws could have included things like, you know, licensing of certain types of businesses. We didn't always license all businesses. It could have included, you know, making changes to, as this council did on things like fireworks. Very different issue, but we made those decisions because as a council, they were debated, there were different viewpoints, but at the end of the day, council made a decision that they felt was in the best interest of the community. And for me, I think what the compelling issue here is there are a lot of very passionate, difficult stories that have been shared tonight and that have been shared at different points in time, but by what I will call unscrupulous landlords that exist in our community, and that we know not only exist in this community, but in some instances also operate in other communities. And if everybody was doing what they were supposed to do, there wouldn't be the need for us or the province to be doing this work. Now, as we've advocated in the past, I mean, my preference would be that there would be a province-wide approach to this, but we're not there yet. We know that there's been legislation passed. We know that there has been some, you know, work done It has not been given royal assent yet. We also know that there has been some success at the Tenant Review Board on some of the appeals that have been filed. But there's not enough consistency there. And at a time when many people are struggling from a housing point of view, I do think it is important that we actually move forward on this, that we give some direction. And that's why I'm hoping that we can move forward tonight on the core recommendation. And on the amendment, I would ask that that be deferred to council, because ultimately, this is the proposal that Councillor Chapman has brought forward is fairly substantive. I know and I'm guessing others probably would have appreciated having it sooner than, in the midst of today's meeting, so we could have given it appropriate consideration. And so I would, I think waiting for that to be dealt with at council is not inappropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman, you already spoke, but on the
But I'm speaking.
Deferral?
I'm speaking
To the deferral?
To the deferral.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't support the deferral of any part of this. As I said, we've been working on this for 5 years in different ways. And I think that, we're witnessing more and more renovictions happening in this city. And I just want to point out that not only Kitchener, well, not Kitchener yet, Waterloo, Hamilton, Toronto, and London have passed renoviction bylaws, but St. Catharines, Sudbury, and Guelph are in the process of drafting their own as well. So we're not alone in this. It's not like we're taking the lead and we should be afraid of what might happen. This is happening, and municipalities across the province appreciate the value of bringing forward renoviction bylaws. So I don't think we need to be timid about this. I do have concerns about the funding, and I don't know if I can add another amendment, and that would be that staff come back with places that we could be able to draw the money from in order to see this move forward. But I really do not think we need to be afraid of this. Nothing has happened in Hamilton. They've had this in place for a year. There have been no legal challenges. We've got an example of how the LTB recognized the work that the renoviction bylaw had done in the city. So I won't accept a deferral of any part of this report.
Madam Clerk, I can't see who's in the queue here. Recorded vote's been called for everything, yes. We'll get to that.
I'm here.
Councilor Michaud, go ahead.
I am. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight, and in the past when you come out, for all your perseverance on this. It's a really important issue. It's all about the health of our community, and the health of our community involves everyone, including you. I support this. I won't support the amendment. I would defer that for another time. I think it's a lot to digest here tonight. I haven't seen it yet, so I would defer that, but I would certainly, I like the way that we're moving the needle towards renoviction bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, that looks like everyone. Councillor Chapman, sorry. It was deferred to budget. It was Councillor Schneider that moved the deferral, so it would be up to him as to when to defer it, and I believe he deferred everything to budget. Councillor Schneider, did you want to change that? You're not obligated to. It's up to you.
So
I haven't made my
I
comments
don't want it
yet.
to get messy, but
Why don't you think about it for a second? I'll make my comments. then
the
you can-
information that that could come forward, but it then would have to be, if it came to council and we deferred the main motion to the budget.
Yeah, it doesn't, and I don't think it makes logical sense. It's kind of all or nothing, I think, at that point.
Yeah, I think I'll just leave it as is. Keep it clean.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, okay, I haven't made my comments yet. Mayor Urbanovic, do you?
Yeah, just for everyone's clarity, whatever we pass tonight ultimately needs to be ratified at council. My point of splitting the deferral, which right now is for the whole motion, with the amendment that Councillor Chapman has proposed, is to, if council were to support that and not support the deferral, then we could take a vote on the main part of the motion this evening, and people who have been here and participated and so on would know at the very least that that is either passed or not passed. There is a second component around the financial pieces that I think, in fairness, it's fairly substantive, and I think it would be reasonable to defer that to council so people can not have to choose between voting or not voting on that today, without having been able to give that appropriate consideration. But the motion that's on the floor right now is that both of those components would be deferred to budget, and so council needs to decide if they support that, or if they don't, then we can deal. Well, I mean, I guess you can split it up.
Yeah, so I think in this instance, it actually makes logical sense then to vote on the main motion deferral first, and then if that passes, or I guess then we'll deal with the deferral of the second one afterwards. Okay. Okay. Yep. Yeah, that's Dave's motion. So we're not voting that. Yeah, I just wanted to make my comments real quick if I could. I don't envy days like today, because what I heard was a whole bunch of delegates and an issue that we've all spent a lot of time thinking about. And the terrible thing is every single person that came down here and spoke was correct. Like this is a problem that definitely needs to be solved. Where I struggle as longtime finance chair is this, again, is not the jurisdiction of the city of Kitchener or municipalities. Yes, other municipalities have passed it, but if you paid attention, those that bothered to ask their staff were opposed to it. The councils were all, the councils who employed their professionals to give them advice on things like jurisdiction, they overrode it. And I have on rare occasion done that. Like, for example, when we've sold lands, we've donated land, for affordable housing. I've supported that, I've proudly supported that. But this jurisdictional creep is not good. We are literally self-downloading. Unless you want to break democracy, you have to make sure that there's clear jurisdictional boundaries. If there's a problem with education, you contact the province. If there's a problem with immigration, you contact the feds. If there's a problem with your potholes or your parks, you contact the lower tier municipality guys. I also know, we heard just earlier today, the massive challenge we're going to have dealing with our development charge shortfall. And I can guarantee you, if we pass this now, I promise you some of you will regret it come budget time, when there's a very real possibility we're going to have to face cuts in the things that actually are in our jurisdiction to carry the water of the province, pardon me. And it's just, again, it's not right. I did ask some questions in terms of what we can do on an education side. Can our building department make sure that folks are more aware? But I'm telling you, there's been a few times when I've been as concerned about a way that the lower tier municipality is going, because we are ones that care enough to sit here and listen to you, because you can't go talk to the province directly, you can't go talk to the feds directly or as easily. And because of that, we feel a collective responsibility to solve every single problem, and we can't. And eventually, we're going to run out of money to do these things, and then we're going to end up letting staff go. And that's where we're headed. So if I'm passionate about it, it's because, Mr. Murdoch, I got your voicemail. You still here? No. Oh, there, up there. I got your voicemail. I know you guys care. Ms. Wells, Mr. Vogelpohl, you guys have been on this forever. And I just want you to know that when I vote against this, it's not because I don't care, I don't think you're right. It's because it's not the job that I signed up for. And I will be with you advocating to the province, but it's not the job that I signed up for. So on that, we're going to take the deferral of the main, Councillor Johnston?
No, that's what I was going to ask.
Yes, yeah, I'm going to explain it, yeah. So right now, the motion on the floor is the deferral of the main motion, which is to implement the rental or the rent eviction bylaw, to defer that, the entire thing basically to the budget and conceivably the next council as well, 2027 budget. Okay, everyone clear on that? Sorry? Not the amendments. We're dealing with the main motion first, and then we're going to deal with the amendment afterwards, okay? So a recorded vote has been called, and it is on deferring. If you agree that we should defer it to budget, you would click the green button. If you think we should deal with it now, you click the red button. I did not see the results of that. I still can't quite see that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that fails on a tie. Okay, this should be interesting. So now we would yes. So now we're dealing with the motion to approve the no, we have to do the amendment first, right? So now that that failed, we have to deal with the amendment. So if you want to move a different deferral on the amendment, you can, because now it doesn't really apply to budget because it can't go to budget. So Mayor Bench, do you want to move
The amendment, I'm moving that the amendment be deferred to council. Only the amendment.
that the amendment be deferred to council. Okay. So is everyone clear on that?
Sorry?
Yeah, so Mayor Benedict, the additional amendment that Councillor Chapman brought forward, Mayor Benedict is suggesting we defer that to council. If you want to deal with it now, like as an example, like not to sway, but like I'm comfortable dealing with it now, so I will be voting against the deferral. If you want to have some time to think about it, then you would vote in favor of the deferral. Okay? So everyone clear? So this is deferral of the amendment. Only to council, yes.
Of the amendment.
Of
only
the
to
amendment.
council. And then we'll deal with the main motion
Afterwards.
next.
Yeah, clear as mud? Okay. So if you want, just again, so we're crystal clear, if you want to deal with Councillor Chapman's amendment now, regardless of what happens to the main motion, then you would vote no. If you want to deal with it at council, which will get complicated if the main motion fails, but we'll worry about that later, then you would vote yes. Okay? Okay, recorded vote's been called.
So voting for it at council, you vote yes.
If you want it to go to
defer,
council, you
to
vote
defer,
green.
yes.
Yeah. And that carries. Now we vote on the main motion, not a deferral, just approving or disapproving the main motion. So if you want, yeah, okay. This is a recorded vote as well, it just hasn't come up yet. And that carries by a vote of 5-3. Okay, so thank you everyone for participating. I know that was a long time and a lot of folks you waited a very long time to participate, but we all appreciate it. Okay. Oh, sure. So what happened, yeah, I understand. I'm still a little confused. No, it's the main motion passed. So the main part of the original renoviction bylaw has passed. It was going to go to council now for ratification, so something could still change at that point. And the amendment by Councillor Chapman was deferred to council, so we'll be discussing that at council. Okay, everyone got it? Okay, thank you. Actually, we'll just take 2 seconds if folks want to filter out here before we get on with the balance of finance and corporate services. You good to go, Madam Chair? Oh, okay. All right, let's move along here. Ms. Zhang, you're going to walk us through some of the commercial business approval highlights when you're ready. Oh, sorry. Mr. Bloom, you're starting us off? Go ahead.
Through the chair and council, I wanted to introduce council to Ms. Zhang. She's been a planner with the city for 5 years, but this is her first presentation to council. So for those who haven't met her, she is a familiar face around City Hall. As part of your strat plan for this term of council, one of the areas you wanted to focus on was approvals, permit approvals for small businesses such as restaurants, service, retail, et cetera. And so Ms. Zhang was seconded to lead this work for over the past 2 years, and she's here to tell you about the work that we've done.
All right, then with that introduction, welcome whenever you're ready.
Chair Zhang, and I'm here to provide an update on the Accelerating Commercial Business Approvals project and highlight the progress achieved since its launch. Oh, there's a PowerPoint. It's good. There we go. Okay, thank you. Just a little background, commercial businesses often need to navigate multiple permits, licenses, and approvals across several city departments. These processes were often experienced as complex, time-consuming, and difficult to navigate, resulting in delays and uncertainties for business owners. In response, this strategic plan was introduced to streamline permitting approvals and licensing processes, helping businesses open their doors faster, improve customer service, and ensure Kitchener remains attractive to businesses and entrepreneurs. As a part of this work, a lean review was identified, 50 action items to improve 7 processes across 5 city departments. Today, we have completed 42 out of 50 items, with the remaining items currently underway and continuing to be implemented. I'd like to highlight 3 key improvements that have been launched as a part of this initiative. The first is digitalizing online portals. Many processes have been transitioned from paper and email-based submissions to an accessible online portal, including applications for sign permits and zoning certificates. This shift eliminates unnecessary waiting periods and paper handling, reducing back and forth communication, and allows applicants to complete and track submissions more efficiently from anywhere with internet access. So in the screenshot photo on the slide, it shows an example of how the portal looks like in the customer's perspective, with 7 steps to submit a zoning certificate through the new portal. The second highlight is the implementation of permit and licensing consultations. Staff from multiple departments like building, planning, licensing, and economic development attend on-site visits at commercial units to walk through the space with the business owner and discuss all permits and approvals required to support a smoother business opening process. The pilot program was completed with just under 10 applications and received positive feedback through post-consultation surveys with the business owners. For applications that participated in the permit and licensing consultations, the average building permit processing times were reduced by 27% from application submission to the permit issuance. In addition, business licenses processing times were reduced by 33%, demonstrating that this program was meaningful for improvements in service delivery and coordination. The third highlight is the development of a 20-page guidebook and 9 individual process-specific brochures. The comprehensive guidebook provides an overview of the city's processes, key contact information, available resources, and practical tips to help navigate the business and permit journeys. The 9 individual brochures are tailored to specific processes such as building permits, facade grants, and many more, as you can see on your tables there. Each brochure outlines the application process, expected timelines, key considerations and includes clear checklists to support transparency and consistency for all the parties involved. The use of these highly visual and easy to understand documents is expected to improve clarity, coordination, and a shared understanding between businesses and the city staff. Okay, so in closing, we recommend continuing this initiative to build on the efficiencies and positive outcomes achieved so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I can't see. Oh, there are a couple questions, beginning with Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you for the presentation. I really like these pamphlets. I'm just wondering, one of them is missing a barcode or whatever it is, the QR code. Are these, how are these going to be distributed? Are they going to be in our business center, or are they going to be?
Sorry, 1 second here. Oh, there you go.
Through the chair, thank you for your question. Yeah, so one of them didn't have an for the encroachment agreement barcode. We don't have a specific website for that, so we have the contact information listed instead. If there is one in the future, we would like to add it on, but just right now we don't have that specifically. Sorry, your second question. Yes, so we do have 2 sets of these pamphlets and brochures ready to be displayed in the service center. One of them, yeah, for the service center at the front where people can access them really easily. And the second set is in the small business center, so that when business owners are interested in getting service there, they can also pick these up.
Okay. Is there going to be a quick, easy link for this information on the website?
Yes, this will be posted on the website with downloadable PDF forms.
Okay. Anyways, I'm prepared to move this when the time's appropriate, so thank you.
Certainly. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 people in the queue. Mayor Verbenovich.
Yeah, just very quickly, I was just going to comment on, these are excellent resource materials, and really impressed with the main booklet and all the little sub-booklets, so well done, team, and happy to, I know we don't need a seconder, but happy to second it anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have to wait for council for that one. Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you. No, this is a positive direction in making things more concise and helpful for new business owners who we are desperate for new businesses opening in our downtown. We want to limit the level of occupancy that exists right now as much as possible. I'm assuming this is just for our reference. The PDF, easy to read, easy to disseminate, will be online as well through a easy to find link. Okay, just as a recommendation more than anything, I think this is, again, this is I think one way of doing this, but we could, we talked about digital Kitchener, AI, making things easier, an AI agent that answers all these things on top of whatever liaison officer or person that would be at City Hall that can help guide a applicant, but someone that could just, go in and various different questions through our website, train agent on all the requirements of opening up a business. So I think that would be a good thing. It'll help along. Other than that, are we going to have someone from economic development that can help guide someone that may not be as informed, or like a liaison officer?
Mr. Bloom?
So through the chair, so this process has enabled a number of improvements. So number one, if it's a downtown business, yes, our downtown team, either Aura or one of our staff, will facilitate bringing members of business, building licensing, et cetera, down. If it's in a suburban ward, it will most likely be one of our business development team members. But either way, I think that the strongest benefit is now we have a staff team across multiple departments and divisions familiar with this kind of service and willing to offer it at irregardless of where the location of the business is.
Yeah, just this is more of a recommendation. I think we have to have efforts where we're promoting a downtown Kitchener open for business kind of forum where anyone that's looking to open up some sort of in-person presence, be it an office, be it retail, be it a restaurant, that they can be promoted towards our downtown. So whatever, at a venue or whatever whichever way we're trying to present and bring people here and showcase. What I'm trying to say is we need to showcase our downtown. It's not enough in saying, hey, we'll make it easy for you when you've already decided on our downtown. What I'm saying is we want to encourage them to choose our downtown. So I'll leave it at that. And I know it's in good hands with staff.
Through the chair, if I may, so Andrew, under Andrew's leadership, the downtown team is working on a retail attraction strategy, and so I think the good part is we'll have somebody out there doing exactly as you said, and once they're interested, we've got the staff team here ready to support them through the permit process.
Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair Davy, and thanks for this presentation. I think it's great. I totally agree that these pamphlets are wonderful, and we do need to get them out to people. So I'm wondering, Belmont Village BIA, the downtown BIA. This is where these need to go to. It would be wonderful if we could set up some meetings, like attend one of their meetings and bring these. I'm looking at patio approval for one thing, that's a really important one, et cetera. So if we can go to the BIAs, I think would be really great. Was also thinking of, can we reach out to the KW Chamber and, see if they can put these onto their website, do a link or something to them, or even see about getting in front of them and our own EDAC committee. I think would be great. You're probably already planning something with EDAC, but I think this is really great. And I think that goes to what Councillor Singh was trying to say, is to make sure that we're getting them in front of people. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I just want to agree with what's already been said. I was thinking of the BIA, and I hope, not just that we share them with them, but that we work collaboratively with them, and I know we already do. So I think this is a great resource that they'll embrace if they haven't already seen it.
Thank you. Councillor Michaud.
I'm just going to add to this. I think this might be the community centers might be a great place to have some of these, because you get a lot of foot traffic in there that you wouldn't necessarily get in the downtown, and there's plenty of opportunities for retail and business growth in the suburbs. So I'd like to see what the community centers. Thanks. Great job.
And Councillor Natus.
Yeah, thank you. Can you remind me why we're doing this?
Through the chair, this is a guide because we want to have a better customer experience with the city, especially there's been multiple permits that are quite confusing because business owners are focusing on opening their business. They're not familiar with how building permits are, how to get a facade grant, how to put up a sign, and oftentimes it's really difficult to not know what you don't know what you don't know. So having this visually is kind of like in their face, and they kind of see what's needed before they find out at a later date, like 3 weeks later, and it'll be a surprise to them.
Okay. Did we have to hire any additional staff to do this?
We did have a budget, and the budget was to hire a consultant, and they did consulting with staff. We also invited external agencies. We've consulted with AGCO. They are part of licensing, and we also consulted with business owners in the downtown area. They have also participated in our workshop to see what they wanted and what they needed in these brochures, and we took in their comments into consideration into making these.
Mr. Riebendad?
Through the chair, and so this was originally identified in the strategic plan as a post-COVID recovery component of our economic development strategy in the strategic plan. And there was a 18-month secondment that was created to project manage the overall 50 initiatives that we were implementing.
So we kind of did it to cut red tape, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No one else in the queue. I'll just quickly add that you had me at the sped up permits and approvals, and good work. On motion by Councillor Ioannidis, those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Good work. Okay, the next item, there's no presentation. It's the use of corporate resources for campaign purposes during an election year. Could I Could I get a mover? Moved by Mayor Verbenovich. Any questions? Comments? Oh, okay, there are some. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, I guess the questions that I have is with regards to if for folks here that would want to use corporate stuff. How do we distinguish that? Like between because there's a lot of there's a lot of incidences where it's still us doing our job, but so like what's the parameter? Where's the line?
Ms. Riddell? There you go.
Thank you. Through the chair, the distinction is around campaigning. And as defined currently in this policy, campaigning is the promotion or opposition of a candidate or a ballot initiative. And so if the objective of the use of those resources is to campaign, then it would be limited by this policy.
Okay, that's very good. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, are these computers city property?
Through the chair, I believe so.
So we could not use our city computers to draft a fundraising letter?
That is correct. You would not be allowed to use a city device of any kind to campaign.
Okay.
Councillor Singh?
So it's good that we're getting that clarity. I think many of us have cell phone devices where we have two SIMs instead of carrying two phones, and we may have our personal number and our city number, or in Teams, which most of us use now. So technically, when the election comes around, this device may be used, which would not be the city number, but would be a personal number, but the device itself that's receiving the call may be city funded. So in which case, then I need to put this phone away during that time and get a new phone for that period, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. If it's a phone that is paid for by the city, regardless of the SIM card that's in the phone at the time, that's a city property.
It's good clarification, thank you. It's good that we're getting this now. That's right, carry on. The report also outlined the assistance or support that's offered to counselors, that would be limited after May the 1st. What if it's continuation of something that what counselors do in our engagement strategy with the constituents? Where's the, I guess, room for us to carry on conducting our duties as counselors?
Through the chair, the support that members of council currently receive to conduct your business as members of council may continue. The policy does speak specifically to that in section 4.2.
Only the last 2 months of the
The last 2 months, the restriction is for events that occur during that period, which are part of the finance policy on council expenses, thank you. But if the other support that you receive are for regular day-to-day operations as a member of council, that may continue.
So I understand it, but sometimes the day-to-day support may be related to constituency outreach. Can that proceed past the May 1st date, but up until the 2-month period that's laid out by the report?
That is correct. It's only the blackout period of the 60 days before and including voting day, which that is restriction takes place.
Thank you. One last question. Are we required to return the devices to the city, or are we just required to regulate ourselves?
Through the chair, you are not required to return your device.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, there are no other questions. Can I get a mover for this? Oh, sorry, yeah, Mayor Management was, sorry, it was so long going. Those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. The next item, actually, yeah, Ms. Fusco is going to do a presentation as the governance review in terms of reference for advisory committees.
Good evening. Today I'm presenting the findings of the Advisory Committee Governance Review, why this work is needed, what we heard, and how we can strengthen the model. Advisory committees of council have served the city for decades as trusted forums where residents, council, and staff collaborate on complex and community-sensitive issues. The review acknowledges this legacy and builds upon it by ensuring the structure continues to serve today's needs effectively. The goal of the review was to respond to practical challenges that have emerged over time as the city has grown, diversified, and adopted new engagement tools. This is the right moment before the 2026 recruitment cycle to update the terms as a starting place to address clarity and expectations. Through the listening tour and survey, members highlighted the advocacy occurring, the ability to get involved in community issues, positive relationships with staff, and desire to improve decision-making by providing their feedback on diverse topics directly informed by their lived experiences. Consistent themes developed that help to explain why modernization is both necessary and timely. There's confusion about roles, whether advice is meant for council or for staff. This lack of clarity can lead to misalignment, where committee members invested time in discussions without understanding how or when their input would be used. Processes like agenda setting, consultation, and follow-up can be inconsistent. How items are brought forward, how recommendations advance, and how advice is ultimately considered in decision-making can be unclear. Participation barriers, whether it be recruitment, attendance, or quorum, can make it hard to attract and sustain diverse voices and lived experience. This feedback is not unique to the City of Kitchener. Similar findings emerged in recent reviews conducted by Hamilton, Oshawa, and Ottawa, reinforcing that these structural challenges are indicative of the changing ways that feedback is provided. Hamilton uses targeted time-limited liaison groups, while Ottawa uses working groups for non-statutory matters. These models help to provide clear scope, stronger alignment with council priorities, and shorter volunteer commitments without reducing transparency. Exploring emerging models does not imply abandoning advisory committees. Instead, it provides a menu of tools that can be used thoughtfully, ensuring the right engagement method matches the right issue. For Kitchener, these examples are not prescriptive, but informative. They demonstrate that modernization can coexist with strong democratic values, and that flexibility can enhance rather than weaken public trust. The city already uses working groups, resident panels, advisory councils, and action councils successfully. The opportunity lies in ensuring that advisory committees fit coherently within this broader engagement ecosystem, avoiding duplication while preserving transparency and accountability. The review identified several practical opportunities to strengthen the advisory committee system. So 3 opportunities include clarifying governance and mandates. So again, updating the terms of reference to address mandates, roles, and responsibilities to ensure committees are purpose-driven and aligned with council priorities. Engaging committees earlier in project cycles equips members to provide effective advice and understand how influence occurs within a municipal context. And lastly, improving accountability and inclusion through stronger onboarding and more consistent processes with clear agenda setting, standardized onboarding and training, and consistent attendance expectations will help to address quorum and challenges related to attrition. So to summarize the recommendation in the report, phase 1 of the approach, this basis of this report, focuses on immediate practical improvements through updated terms of reference for all advisory committees and policy amendments. Changes address long-standing inconsistencies related to composition, attendance, quorum, and role clarity, creating a more stable and predictable foundation for the next council term. Committee-specific improvements like the proposed Accessibility Advisory Committee illustrate how modernization strengthens and reflects current needs and processes. Internal recruitment and onboarding practices are being improved with enhanced applications, structured onboarding conversations, and offboarding surveys, contributing to a healthier volunteer life cycle and clearer expectations from day one. While the municipal election is a priority in the fall, further reporting back on changes to structures is not possible, and staff recommend a phased approach that allows council to guide modernization over time. Phase 2, identified in the report for 2027, will be led by staff in the service coordination and improvement as well as the engagement areas. It will examine how advisory committees interact with other engagement models and how community input is incorporated into decision-making. And phase 3, anticipated to occur in 2029, would address reporting relationships between advisory committees and council, examining how advice is transmitted, tracked, and reflected in staff reports and council decisions. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I'm waiting to see if there are any. Yes, there are. Mayor Verbenovich.
Thanks. No questions. I'll move it. Partially, no major questions because the report's coming back in 2027 and certainly open to looking at new ideas. But I will say that if I am so fortunate to continue to be around this horseshoe post November. Sorry? I didn't announce anything. But if I am so fortunate to continue to still be around this horseshoe, I would have some, knowing in my work with municipalities in all different parts of the country and elsewhere, I would have some serious reservations about moving away from a strong model of advisory committees and engagement. I do think that there's some things that need to be tweaked. I think one of the things that we changed a few years ago that has actually, I think, not been helpful is we used to have citizen and council co-chairs of advisory committees. I think moving away from that has not been helpful, and I'd like to see that looked at as part of this, because when that existed, there was it was an opportunity to mentor councillors, to mentor citizens who were co-chairs. It provided a stronger liaison then between those folks and staff in between meetings. And I think we've lost some of that, quite frankly. You know, there are times when a working group may make some sense. And we've seen that with our strategic plan and so on, but there's something to be said about the regularity. But that'll be a debate for 2027 once the information comes back. In the meantime, staff can go and do the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, no, I look forward to seeing what is proposed, but I have a question about the current model. And I bring this up today because it's come up at different times in different advisory committees that I've been on. And that is, are members of the committee, and not council members, but residents, able to bring motions forward to council? And
So-
how does that work?
So through the chair, so that is one of the major points of confusion. So generally speaking, the committee members are able to bring forward motions to the advisory committee. Ultimately, outside of Compass Kitchener and Heritage Kitchener, their recommendations don't go directly to council. So staff would work with, the staff liaison would work with the individual committee to prepare a staff report to council, expressing the committee's discussion and ultimately what the recommendation would be. And so it's not a direct reporting relationship for the majority of our advisory committees. They have to work through staff to bring items forward.
So the staff then would bring the motion forward, or it would go through a council member of the team, of the committee could bring it forward, of course?
So through the chair, we've seen it happen both ways, where a member of council can bring forward a notice of motion on behalf of the committee.
Right.
We've also seen it where staff bring forward a recommendation report.
But the residents themselves can't?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes all the questions. I don't think I have a mover for this yet. Mayor Benj moved that? Okay. Sorry, comment, Councillor Stretch? You have.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I saw lots of the feedback that I've also heard as a member of several advisory committees. So I'm really just happy to see that you've collected that and listened and been able to see a way forward where how we can increase, I want to say user experience, but just participation. So, thank you.
Thank you, agreed. Moved by Mayor Verbenovich. Those in favor? And that carries unanimously. And that also concludes Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Thank you, everyone. And we got in just under 11 o'clock, so we didn't have to have that extra motion to go past.